are you ready for your close-up part? Got it.
We should be live on YouTube right now.
Okay,
How's my hair?
that's right. No harsh language from now on. All right. Well, we have about 5 minutes till the beginning. I think I'm going to mute myself until
Okay.
about 1:28, 1:29, and then I'll come back. Hey, Matt.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you.
Thanks for coming.
Heck yeah.
Are you in the sound booth?
Yeah.
Locked and loaded?
The Zoom room.
Zoom room.
Trying to make sure I can get my concept board up. Oh, here we go. Guest access.
Oh, yeah, that would be good. I guess you may need to host again. I'm not going to have problems, right?
What's that?
Well, I had to make my Arav. Am I the host again, or do I need to do something to
Oh, yeah, host again.
host again? Thank you so much.
No
That was
problem.
absolutely painless.
Guys, I'm going to stay on for like 5 more minutes just in case, and then I'll leave.
Sounds good.
Hey, I'm going to get a mouse real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to go off video until 1:29. Hi, everybody.
Oh,
I think we have everybody. I'm just scanning to see. Cisco, are you with us? Not quite yet. All right. Hopefully you don't hear my dog too loudly, do you? A
a
little
little
bit.
bit.
I'm going to put her next door. Give me 1 minute. 30 seconds. Okay. Dog has been relocated for the duration. Hey, Judy. All right. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I want to introduce our wonderful reviewing team. I have a really great team, and I'm so grateful that you all have taken the time, that you're all taking the time to join us. I'm going to go ahead and share screen because just to make it a little more fun, I pulled up certain websites and so forth. Let's see here. That's the wrong one. It's this one. Dean Alday, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you for
Excellent.
inviting me.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Dean Alday, alphabetically first, is joining us for, he will be joining all of the reviews going on today in sequence. And we get him first while he's fresh and happy, right? He's a terrific reviewer in addition to being a great dean and great studio professor, one of the few deans who take on continuing to teach the most labor-intensive part of the curriculum. I really honor you for that, Iñaki, and I know it's in your blood, so you can't help yourself anyway. But thank you for that, and thank you for being here. Let's see, next, I believe I'm going alphabetically correctly. Charles Jones, you're hard to find on the internet, but he's one of my
elusive right now.
flying under the radar. There are a lot of news pieces. But Charles has been a valued adjunct member of the faculty for quite some time. And he has recently really made himself additionally valuable in serving as a research assistant professor, as a what is it called? Lead investigator? What is the primary investigator? On a very, very large grant with Professor Kentaro Tsubaki, which has been a really interesting thing to sort of see develop. And I can't wait to learn more about that in time. But my knowledge of him is as a really, really strong, dedicated, committed, engaged, and excited, passionate studio professor. And so I was thrilled to hear that he was joining our team and that it worked out that he would be on our review today. Our next home faculty member, although she has taught at a number of different schools and really is her reputation is international in scope, is Professor Judith Kennard. Judy, thank you so much for being here. I feel like I caught the brass ring because as my students already know, you've invented this curriculum, and honestly, every time I teach it, I feel more and more excited to be a part of it. And I just can't believe how much great work it has initiated in the school. I was skeptical at first because I always almost always am, because I'm a bit of a worrywart, you know, as you know. But it's just been amazing. And you'd think you'd get bored of it, but honestly, this is my third cycle. And the kind of observations of students and their responses to the site and the range of projects, especially at such an early level, I think speaks for itself in terms of the quality of the pedagogy and the curriculum. So thank you for being here, and thank you for that.
Thanks for your introduction.
I feel like you're both the dinner party guest and you made the dinner in a way. Matthew Griffith, who is the architect and founding principal of his practice In Situ Studio, has won many, many design awards, but among his many distinctions, he was a student of mine yay long ago at NC State University. And so I've known him for many, many years, and it's just been one of those kind of thrilling episodes of your teaching history to know that you somehow had something to do with, setting this boat to launch. I really value him as a colleague and friend, and I'm excited that you're here, Matt.
Yeah, and you're not giving yourself enough credit, Wendy.
Oh, okay.
Made a big difference.
That's for you to say. Thanks, Matt. And then finally, Cisco Gums, are you here? Quite see him.
I'm here, Wendy.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. Francisco Gums is an associate professor at UT Austin School of Architecture. He has been the associate dean there. He's won many of design awards, and I have known him for a very long time as well. I really respect Cisco as an incredibly talented architect, a meticulous architect, I would say, who's not interested only in the experience and visual power of architecture, but also how it's made in a very kind of detailed point of view. He has taught at a number of different schools, but currently is at a very, very good school just down the road. And I'm really, really happy, Cisco, that you can be with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Couldn't be happier to be here.
Wonderful. Okay, so with that, I am going to go to our concept board, and I hope that those of you who can and would like to are also in a split screen on the concept board. I have my iPad open. My students are very used to me scribbling all over their drawings. So please feel free. The beauty of concept board is that you actually can draw on the drawings without ruining them.
Yeah.
And your marks and your comments and links to potentially useful precedents will remain after the review ends, and we really value that. The order of students is to the left in case you want to remember their names. We're going to be skipping around a little bit. The review is laid out in alphabetical order, but we're not going to follow that exactly. But we are starting at the beginning of my row with Livy Bowers, and she will introduce her project, but also, a little bit more about the site and her take on it in responding in the ways that she has. So I've allowed her a little bit more time than the norm to give time for faculty Q&A and orientation and that kind of thing, if you're not as familiar with the project as some of us are. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Livy.
Hi, everyone. So the site of Jefferson Island has a rich geological and industrial history. Throughout my research and diagramming of the site, my attention was caught by the colossal scale of what was occurring below ground. Jefferson Island has a rich hilly topography as a result of the salt dome below. And in the 1900s, the salt dome was exploited for its natural resources, salt and oil. My project highlights the salt city created by the mines that lies below the ground and within the salt dome. The salt was mined by using a room and pillar system so that while they were excavating and exploiting, they were simultaneously creating a strong, sturdy structure. The strong pillar footprints mark the locations of 4 terraces I designed above ground along with 4 buildings. Along with the terraces and buildings marking the footprint of the pillars, throughout the site, the salt city is further emphasized. Walls of the pillars 1,000 feet below ground are extruded up to protrude through the landscape, which can be seen in my site plan and diagrammatic site axon. The viewer becomes part of a much larger system than themselves, like Barbara Kruger's landscape art. So the circulation of the terrace begins from the water's edge on the site leading up to the first terrace, and the buildings are at that lowest elevation closest to the water. Each building occupies 1 full length of the pillar footprint to emphasize the colossal scale. The viewer would enter the first terrace with a large mass hovering above their head, with the option to turn left and ascend up to the lobby, bathroom, and administrative office space, or continue past to the open terrace. There is a ramp upwards to the second terrace from there. The building on the second terrace is split by a 40-foot drop and narrow pathway. This splits the reading room and archives from the first gallery space. The reading room has a large open window facing Lake Pineur, which contrasts the thin openings in the gallery space that specifically frame the view. After the second terrace, there's a large diagonal ramp to the third terrace. The third terrace also has access from a tunnel underneath the first building, which leads directly to the large pit. The long ramp leads to the higher elevation of the third terrace at 50 feet. The building of the third terrace has a portion of the galleries, the movie room, and elevator and stair circulation. The descent to the bottom of the pit parallels descent into the salt mine. The stairwell also serves as gallery space, with the landings having maps and photos in the bottom at the pit holding artifacts. Then there is a ramp to the fourth terrace. The fourth terrace is marked by perpendicular beams that create a pavilion over the space, much alike the Nordic pavilion. The beams and their shadows emphasize the salt mine bridge structure and continue into the fourth building. While on one direction of the beams stops, the other continues to create ceilings of the cafe and last gallery space. The division of these two programs is created by the final path and destination of the mine shaft. As someone continues along these terraces, the experience becomes more intense as they learn about the history, and the history is reflected in the terraces and buildings.
Great, thank you, Livy. This is a very complex project, as you can see. Not one building, but four with their own associated terrace. So I have allowed time for y'all to investigate the concept board and ask Livy any questions of clarification of intent or execution. And
you might have mentioned it, but it looks like there's a tunnel from the entry space into the kind of large sunken area.
There is.
Okay. And so it can really work like a loop as well, right? Where you can,
Yes.
There's no dead end. That's great.
I think it's worth saying, because she worked very, very hard to make it so, is that the whole site is technically ADA compliant. All of the ramps are ADA compliant, and there is the shortcut elevator through the tunnel that you just mentioned, Matt, to the upper level.
Right.
What are the approximate sizes of each of these terraces?
They're about 110 feet, and then like length and then width of 20 to 25 feet.
Those are the buildings, but the terraces
Yeah, the buildings are the terraces are 110 by like 110.
And Livy, were those dimensions chosen because they are literally expressing what was once carved in the ground below, or is it more of an indirect relationship?
It is a direct relationship to what's below ground. So I used the actual mine plans to extrude upwards.
So you're trying to represent the vast scale
yes.
of the rooms that were carved into the earth below.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at your, well, first of all, I think it's a beautiful project, and your description of it was great. I'm still trying to understand the sequence because I know you worked really hard on it. I'm looking at your axon. So you enter through the portal at the lower level. And then rather than necessarily taking the underground route, you ramp up to the next terrace. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And then once you take that sort of diagonal cut or ramp, you arrive at the lower level of the pit or the upper level of it? I couldn't quite tell.
The upper level, but there is an access way that leads you to the lower level of the pit from the first terrace.
Right.
So you can choose either option.
And if you entered this upper building here, the one on the upper right, you would then have a sequence that led you down into that subtraction that you've
Yes.
made. Great, and then you have the surface up above.
And what's the fifth kind of pillar of the salt mine that you occupy? And it's actually says salt mine. What's that accessing? Or what is that?
Oh, that is
little thing?
the mine shaft. So that
Oh, cool.
actually was, it's still there on the site today. And it's
Yep.
like leads directly down to the mines.
Or did.
Yeah, it
It doesn't
did.
anymore.
And the solid lines on your site plan, can I ask, those are sort of tracings of site walls. We see one of those in the axonometric, I think, or two L-shaped walls.
Yes.
Is that
so
the case for all
those-
of these solid lines? There's walls that extend into the water and
Mhm. I wanted to show the field more so
Uh-huh.
like of the pillars just beyond, like, so it's not just the terraces, but it shows that it's throughout the extent of the site.
I had one other question. It looks like there's a path that leads from the outbuildings behind the main house directly to the upper pavilion near section cuts D and B on the site plan. Is that a way to access the project or approach it?
That's a way to leave that would lead you back to the Jefferson House.
Okay.
So you
What-
wouldn't have to go back down.
What would keep people from accessing it that way?
I guess it would just be recommended, like, to use
Gotcha.
the water's edge site because it's directly from the parking lot.
well, I could offer a thought or two if
Yes, please, go ahead.
yeah. So I mean, I also find the idea of the project as sort of a tracing of this this ordering system that you otherwise can't perceive. Right? I'm assuming that the mines are filled with water and you can't access them. So this idea that there's sort of this the project, the overall geometry and ordering system of the project is sort of a mapping of this hidden infrastructure that exists on the site, but you can't know about. I think I think that's effective. I think the looking at some of your perspectives, the desire to make present the vast scale of these piers is really really feels like that would be a strong character of the project. Maybe too strong. I can imagine on a hot summer day, there might be some of those plazas that are a long way to get across. And there is sort of a humanist aspect that worries me a little bit, but I'd rather have the scale desire manifest than, than have shade everywhere. So I can't really fault you for that. There are other projects this reminds me of, like a project that is a series of spaces that are in relatively close proximity. One is Giuseppe Turagni's Danteum, in which case, in that project, the spaces are very different in character, like yours, but also very different in scale. You don't really have that option because you're mapping these salt piers, which are sort of already there and they're all the same size. Another one it reminds me of, I don't think it's built yet, but Gilles Péridon, who practices in southern France, has a project of 7 gardens, and they're basically seven rooms all in close proximity. But one of the things I really like about both those projects is there is some real architectural magic that happens in the paths between each of those spaces. They're not paths really; they are architectural experiences. Sometimes direct thresholds. More often, they're sort of elongated processions from one space to the other. And that's the one place I would say I'm a little less convinced by your project. Like, you clearly kind of thought about the ADA accessibility and all the things you need to solve. I wish architecturally the experience moving from one space to another in your project, I think you could do more than you are right now. Right now, they feel a little bit like they're sidewalks through the landscape connecting, and I think they could be more architecturalized or more spatialized in a way that might, I don't know exactly how, but might enhance the project.
I think that's a good point. I mean, to a certain extent, I see a bit of a reversal of the room and pillar in the sense that the void of the room and pillar system would be these linear swaths that actually operate in two directions, sort of a void plaid of open space that was eventually carved in. I'm getting the reading in yours that you're in a sense representing the pillars as now voids. That may be a misreading, but it does lead to the issue of what about these in-between places? Are they intended to read as solids or voids? And here is where I think maybe integrating some aspect of planting and both the existing tree network and perhaps additional planting that you might provide could develop an enriched experience as one passes in between. I suspect you had thought of that and perhaps had not had time to develop it, because I'm sure when you visited the site that both the trees that have sort of volunteered over the last 40 years, as well as the trees that are planted in the botanical aspect of gardens, are very present on the site.
Yeah, it seems like there's an opportunity where you could almost get like lost from one to the other, and that being like an experiential quality that could really play up the scale as well between the four different primary elements. And what does strike me, I think, as really quite profound is, I think, like, if you look at the plan, it looks extremely simple. And I think the focus on the section and the atmospheric quality of the renderings and the very restrained cuts, whether they're to let light in or to create these long horizon views, I think are pretty powerful, so I think, like, in that sense, I think you've really taken to heart what the studio's focus was, to really focus on the sectional quality of the site through investigating the section of the architecture as it relates to the landscape, and then just some of the views and just the simplicity of the forms, I think, create these really, really amazing atmospheric spaces. But yeah, I do think there can be a lot of opportunity with kind of creating less direct paths from one to the other, and
Right.
really being able to like beef up the landscape. I think that's one of the challenges with this project, where we started very intensely with the site analysis, and once we get to the building, that becomes really dynamic and the site becomes kind of static. So how do you get to a point where you can simultaneously juggle both of those? I guess that's always the dream. But I appreciate how the section really becomes a lot more compelling, I think, than like the plan, some of those sectional moments.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my intent with that, was to, like, the section of the site is so much more like vital and important, I feel like, than some of like the plans that represent it.
Yeah, I want to agree with a lot of what other folks have said. I think it is a very, very strong project. It's a very simple, but I think powerful idea to translate these salt pillars up to the surface and make spaces out of them. And I think that's just a really strong, simple concept. I'm really interested in what the materials of the building would be and how those could relate to kind of earthen structures or monolithic structures. I mean, the images of the pillars underground in the mine are just astonishing, because they are monolithic. There are no seams, there's nothing. I mean, it's just an incredibly spare aesthetic. And I think I'd be really interested in, some of your renderings kind of hint at that, but I'd be really interested in seeing that develop a little bit. I appreciate that you've got a different kind of experience in each of the plazas or spaces. You've got the hole, you've got the lattice overhead, you've got one that has an edge that keeps you from seeing the water, and then one that has an edge that's an entry threshold and allows you to see the water. And I think that kind of variety of conditions is really strong. Most of my critiques really have to do with the arrival and site planning. This path to me, I asked about it. I'm on the site plan drawing, but this path right here is really problematic to me. I think, maybe a path that slid down more like this more immediately to get into this one. And then maybe a less direct path that moves along an edge and takes you to the salt mine first and then back in and creates a loop, kind of a loop on the site to work with the loop within the project might have been stronger. And then I really love this idea that other folks have mentioned of getting lost between the quadrants. And that could be handled either with a less direct path or just with really, really dense planting.
Right.
So I think these are kind of further developments of the project that would really, really help. But if you did think about, if you were to think about, let me erase those lines. If you were to think about a movement, along an edge like this, where you move down the side of something before you turn and move into it, there could be these more kind of edge condition arrivals where you're kind of sliding along the edges of things to connect them as well. So you're not kind of just punching right into them. But I think these are all just kind of cherry on top sort of opportunities because it's a really good project.
Thank you.
So if I have a moment,
Yes. By all means.
yes. So just I think everything or most has been told already, but probably what suggests this problem of the access is that this project that is beautiful and is super strong could go a little extra step of radicality. And I think that the problem of the access suggests that you are sometimes laying over, sometimes you are excavating, and maybe a kind of one single operation could be helpful and saying, no, this project is about excavating on top of the salt pillars or on top of the salt vacuums, and that's one operation, and I do everything through the excavation basically. So the entrance would be part of the operation as supposed to be a path, a kind of landscape path, like if that was a different thing. No, so everything is the same. There's no everything is architecture and design and the physical. So if the same operation was through this cut, taking advantage of the difference of topography, no, that suddenly you penetrate in the earth, and then you find these rooms that are excavated, and sometimes are excavated deeper, sometimes are excavated shallower, sometimes are excavated with a lateral view over the water, sometimes only to the sky, but it's just one operation. And I think it's almost there, but I just wonder if one extra step in terms of radicality would help you to solve the problems of the entrance and finalize the clarification of this very, very strong and very compelling project. In a way, the entrance could be this penetration in the earth that has also a kind of space, a plaza space in this geometric system that you get into. I think it's extremely clear and very well drawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we have about 5 minutes left, so I won't belabor it, but I do think a couple things are worth highlighting here, Livy, which have to do with, some of the ideas. And of course, I always, when I hear really good ideas at the end like this, with such a fully resolved and documented project, I'm kicking myself, that idea of, you spent so much time on the idea of the circulation, of the elevational changes, of how to navigate the slope effectively, and really with the big goal of kind of making visible this underground colossal scale of human structure, human inhabitation on a different level, thousands of feet down. I'm really sold, as you know, on the concept, and I think your execution has been almost flawless, but some of these ideas are pretty exciting about the idea that, for example, the vastness of the terraces might actually be heightened if the interstitial spaces were, basically still forest or newly planted forest, but just packed and dense. I do have some qualms because when I look at some of your perspectives, like this one in particular, there's something about being able to see how far you are, what you're on one terrace, and you can see fully how far you are from the next terrace. But I wonder if it was packed with trees on either side, would we still get that sense? We'd know by the pacing of our footsteps, right, how long it took to walk from one to the next. But I'm really intrigued with that idea. I think it would have been worth trying as a kind of last phase of the project. And then also what Cisco said about maybe it's not even just packing the interstitial spaces with trees or what have you, but actually more fully defining the path structure as a series of architecturalized corridors. That too is a really intriguing idea. Maybe the kind of happy medium between the two alternatives, what you have versus the opposite.
Right.
But I just have to say, really thank you for going first. It's always difficult. And I think I've rarely seen at any level, but let alone your third semester, such a well-documented, thoroughly considered project. And so my hat is off to you, Livy, and you know that I think you'll go very far. We're very happy that you're in our program.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Livy.
Yeah, good job.
Did you have something else to say? We have time. Go ahead. Final words.
Oh, no, I just said good job.
If we have time, I'm going to volunteer another suggestion. Is
Please.
it Liv? There's a drawing I think you ought to do. Your whole idea is based on the kind of the inscription of this ordering system on the surface of the earth. I think you need a section like through the mine, sort of like we had an introduction to the studio that had it was a geological drawing showing how the salt dome forms. Like, I think you need a section which is 800 feet deep, and your project only occupies the top 1 inch of that drawing, and it's a 24-inch high drawing to show, to really show that idea, right? Because that's the idea. You're presencing the ordering system that is there, and a section like that wouldn't help you understand the project so much, but it would make that point very clearly. And I think it might also emphasize, the horizons in your project. There's some distances between your blocks, but really, I think the perception of your project is going to be when you mount and descend these ramps you have, horizons are going to actually open up, right? Views are going to open up to the next point in the path. And I think that would also be something that drawing might help you emphasize. So,
Right.
it's less about the project, but it would be
suggestion.
about the idea of the project.
I know at
or
one
like the
point
site.
you had a site section, but I don't know that it was ever updated to include the project, and that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, that's very
It would have to be whatever the lowest level of the mine is, 3,000 feet deeper.
Yeah.
Up to 25 feet above the ground.
Yeah, it'd be a very long section.
All right, nice work, Livy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go to a kind of a very different kind of project that's on the water with Daphne. We're traveling to the right. Are you there with us, Daphne?
Yes.
All right, great. So tell us what you're doing here. Sounds like Daphne, do you have some mic problems?
She's having some mic issues.
Can she maybe hop on somebody else's, like yours?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Hi. The pier site is a direct connection to Jefferson Island's rich history of infrastructure. There is a striking juxtaposition between the pier's past and present. A once powerful mechanism for salt transportation from below the salt dome mines, today the pier stands merely as a perching ground for various inhabited birds. With this said, this design runs parallel and directly next to the pier, with giving the structured remains an additional purpose without undermining the natural habitat it currently provides. This design specifically focuses on the before mentioned element of juxtaposition. The island represents a combination of the historical, heavy, and mechanical elements with the more recent, delicate, and natural spaces created from the extensive gardens throughout the island. The design reflects this opposition through its alternating spaces of heavy and light. The thick stereotomic structures and the ephemeral columnar structures are connected by a series of thin bridges and a steel thin mesh pier plane sitting just above the water's level. The thin steel pier is supported by the structures of various buildings hugging its border. As shown in the perspectives, the pier is initially supported by concrete pockets of gardens, pools, and benches. Beyond the dispersed pockets, the long concrete building to the left serves as the initial lobby space, with offices, the video room, and initial gallery on the second floor. Moving through the top floor, a long window frames the existing historical pier to the left, and then two raised walkways emerge towards the more ephemeral buildings with gallery spaces for sight viewing, reading, and exhibition. Another set of walkways extend from the frame buildings into the final concrete structure. This building contains archives on the upper floor and a cafe on the bottom, which is enclosed by sliding glass doors and is accessed from the lower level. The final perspective demonstrates the extension of the steel pier beyond the final building, offering an unobstructed lookout point across Lake Pinyor.
Well, we have another lovely project, obviously very different. I think your decision to locate your extension parallel to the existing pier system, but separated from it, has some real benefits. It also doesn't necessarily seem to be the most obvious solution. I mean, I think direct engagement is perhaps maybe something that you initially started with, but then realized that that those existing pieces you wanted to maintain and not necessarily interfere with. So I think that that's interesting. I also think it's interesting the way you're exploring the distinction between very heavy and grounded pieces, even though they are operating within a lake, within a water soft sort of environment, and then the more traditional lake elements operating on piers. So this notion of different ways of constructing in this context seems pretty great. And I think your drawings are beautiful. What I'm trying to struggle with is the exactly how the deploying of these different pieces, how it operates relative to that rectangular. I suppose I could pull out my pencil. I'm sorry I'm taking so long here, but I'm looking at your plan, but I'm drawing on the wrong thing. I have to get used to this. Okay, this rectangular field that controls things, yet is not part of either one of those. And then all of these pieces are sort of partially on it. So I'll just be quiet for a moment, but that feels like its role is critical, but ambiguous.
My goal with that, like that thin plane, was to make it a steel mesh, so it's like as if it's not even there, and it's just the mechanism for transporting yourself building to building, and it's only really held up by the buildings themselves and has no structure vertically down into the water.
Oh, interesting. Mhm.
Yeah, I had much the same reaction, thinking that the language of the lighter pieces and the language of the monolithic pieces was pretty good, but that third piece, the pier itself, is where it lacks clarity to me. And I wonder. I noticed you used the Zinc Mining Museum by Zoomthor as a precedent. And I wonder if you didn't become too enamored with that precedent and in many ways mime it in the way you created the lighter structures, when really the language of a pier and the kind of stick-built, laterally braced, almost informal, messy sort of coastal architecture that you find all along the southern coast of the U.S. and the eastern coast of the U.S. wouldn't have been a more interesting precedent. So instead of taking the image of the Zinc Mining Museum, you take Zoomthor's logic, which was picking up on the architecture of zinc mining support structures to create a new architecture. If there wouldn't have been a way to make the pier and the lighter elements more similar to each other and more of the same move, I think that also might have made those lighter elements the lower elements, and then the heavier elements would be the taller elements, which I think would also maybe have an interesting relationship to the salt pillars and the scale of the salt pillars, that you're really moving across a very stick-built informal structure into some sheltered areas within that structure, which are your kind of arrival spaces, and then eventually find yourself into these unbelievably kind of tall, massive, monolithic objects, where other parts of the program would be. It would have changed really changed the reading of the project, but using kind of similar pieces. I'm also really curious just about the decision to be right next to all the old piers. Was that a rule of the studio that you're not allowed to occupy the old piers, or did you decide to do that?
I didn't want to mess on the existing historical, structure.
Sure. Yeah, and I think the only thing about that is you didn't mention them really in your presentation, and I think the decision of how you relate to the old remnants of the pier is a really important part of the conversation on this particular site. And you made a specific choice to be next to it, but then I would expect people to be able to maybe engage them in some way, and parts of your architecture really kind of block some of the more, maybe potentially more meaningful interactions with them. I agree, it's a really well rendered and compelling proposal, and I think all the right pieces are there. Maybe a way to summarize what I'm saying, but I wonder if there's not another way to allocate the different kind of tectonic languages you're using.
I have a question, Daphne. What happens under?
We lost them.
Iñaki, we lost you. Your
And
audio.
now? And now?
Yes, it's back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What does it happen under the water line in the concrete structures?
I was envisioning them going all the way down to the ground level underneath the water, but they're just hollow. There's no program underneath the water.
Because it seems like you have a strategy of palafits and boats, let's say, concrete boats or barges, and these palafits that are light. I would say that the pier is what happens in between them, but not kind of third piece, but a thread that connects areas. So could be much slender and could be less like a big piece. Perhaps the deck, but no, I wondered if the idea of putting these concrete pieces is because you want to actually be above, in, and underwater, as opposed to be in the palafit that is just above water, no? And it gives you another set of possibilities.
Yeah, I definitely could have explored underneath the water too.
I think that's a great idea. You know, this notion of being in a kind of vessel or in a dry dock where its solidity makes sense because it allows the pumping out of the water and to occupy that line perhaps in a more complex way. It is, of course, worth noting that the water isn't always going to be at the same level. I'm sure during the various hurricanes that this region had, mostly last year, there was probably at least a 10-foot fluctuation of that water level. So it could be interesting to explore your project as a kind of mechanism for marking or measuring the flux of water. And maybe even that, I mean, it's probably slightly crazy, but that deck membrane, maybe it has the ability to move or something, that it can operate floating with whatever water level is presented.
Yep. I think picking up on that, there's, and trying to, I guess, offer a little bit more about some of the earlier suggestions about maybe taking, if you can get a little bit more leverage out of the tectonic system that you started to suggest. I'll draw a little bit on the ground floor plan, but I think there's a potentially just a structural logic, a bay that starts to organize the entire length of the pier, right? So if I'm looking at like one of these tectonic elements, whatever that repeating element is, that may become kind of like an underlying structural and organizational principle that works across the project in either side, and then starts to give you just a grain of how to subdivide the edge conditions, how these things interact with one another. I was actually, as Judy was talking, I was thinking about the you have in these structural elements, these kind of pillars that could rise and fall, that maybe it's not the deck, but it's actually kind of like an extension of the structural elements that start to hold this thing up. And then I think you have like the edge condition becomes really interesting across the entire pier. So like this desire to never have handrails, which I think is kind of like a prevalent thing, pretty early on, having this like really beautiful, simple plane. Like I'm looking at the perspective now. I think there's like even just the planners themselves start to set up a nice way to break up the scale of this plane, but could easily see that structural logic starting to play as some type of lighting, individual trees, benches. There's like a lot of different ways once you have that overall structural system that you can start to find these smaller relationships and sub elements that can just help with the edge condition of this the entire pier.
I think that's a good point. My suspicion is if you had the time to take this to the next level, you probably have more structure in that pier than you really hope. Like you've kind of idealized it as this very diaphanous surface, right? But there's some of those spans are big and you're going to have some structure in there. And you already have this interest in this kind of contrast, right? Between the monolithic concrete or whatever they are objects and this more frame-like tectonic system. And for me, I think the new pier parallel to the ruins of the old pier is quite brilliant. Like you're essentially restating what was there in kind of a new palette of materials. And you talked about that the old piers, host wildlife and things like that. I do think the long solid building, I think Matt referred to this, the long solid building along that edge is a mistake, because if you want to highlight the contrast between those two, you ought to bias circulation to that side. So you're constantly walking along that edge and seeing the pier. But that contrast could be between a very select few more solid objects and the pier itself, which is tectonic and frame-like. And maybe even instead of on or in or below the water, you look at on or in or below the pier itself, right? Because I think if you've been to the beach or in a lot of these places, like there is a certain experience that comes from getting down underneath the pier where you're not supposed to be, which is very different. Plus, it would give you the ability to work subtractively. I do think you have a very good compositional hand. Like it's a very appealing composition, these objects. But one of the challenges with pavilionizing a program, you've broken up into all these individual buildings, is as you separate each of those spaces, you do lose sectional potential, right? Because each one kind of is one or two spaces, and there's only so much sectional kind of intersectionality you can do with the spaces of those objects. And if the pier all of a sudden became a volume, an habitable volume that you could be on or in, you could scoop out voids that let light down to the water that reflects back up, and you could have places you could occupy it. And to me, I think that would also allow the pier itself, which to me is the key of your proposal, to be a little more prominent instead of just the host for the boxes, which are the buildings on them. And I agree, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, but it's very well drawn and very, very clear and easy to understand.
I'm curious, I just want to throw something out there for some discussion in our remaining 3.55 minutes. To pick up on Cisco's comments in particular, but also the whole conundrum of the peer platform. I agree, and it was something that Daphne and I discussed on numerous occasions. What is that as an entity? Does it belong to the frame buildings? Does it belong to the concrete heavy buildings, or is it a third thing? And if so, then what is it, and how does it relate to the remnant piers that kind of cited her whole project? And at one point there was an idea of really carving away actually at the platform. I think you just suggested that, Cisco, so that it was a bit more on the ground level, like the catwalk system above that links the frame buildings that don't ever come down to the ground pier level. And I'm just wondering if that could we just have some discussion about that idea? If the ground floor system was much more minimal and catwalk-like and kind of precarious, that as is the upper level circulation pattern. I'm wondering what people's thoughts are about that.
Well, my only concern is that might exacerbate the what Cisco was referring to, which is the sort of atomization of the program into these little tiny buildings, which all are dimensionally, they look like they're about 12 to 15 feet wide, all of them. Right. And so the role of the platform is ambiguous. I think we can all agree on that. But if it starts to be more of a catwalk, it really throws the whole thing into these slender slices of one type of building or another. So in any event, every good project has some questions within it, and inevitably, I think it's a difficult thing to resolve completely. I like the idea of turning it into an occupiable slice of horizontal space, except that the program is probably not adequate to support it, even if you left most of it unprogrammed. But I think that's an interesting thought, or at least my interpretation of it. At one point, I was going to suggest that for your portfolio, you mirror the plans so that big solid building operates on the other side and you don't have to redraw them all. But then I realized you're going to have to redraw some of those beautiful perspectives. Well, maybe you can mirror those too, but the axon, maybe not. But the other great thing one can do is simply, because when you show something like this in a portfolio, nobody knows what the program is. You could just eliminate that chunk of program completely and not have to mirror anything. You just do some careful subtraction to make your project even more beautiful.
I will say just a word about that issue, is that we did talk a lot in the studio about framing in architecture and the potential for framing particular views that are precious. And if you kind of get them easily or all the time, they become less precious. And so this actually came up at the mid-review. It was a comment that Tiffany made, which was really useful, was that long solid building could actually play a role in both masking and then ultimately revealing at the upper level this kind of exhibit piece, which is the series of remnant piers. I mean, at this point, they're still startling. I've visited the site on numerous occasions, and I'm always like, oh my gosh, look at those things coming up out of the water, because they're really one of the few things visible now on the site that in any way evokes the industrial past, that kind of colossal scale of inhabitation. But the idea that instead of necessarily seeing them all the time, that there is, you see them as you're approaching the building and as you're approaching the main lobby in that big long building, but then it's only after you get to the upper level. You see how much I love these projects. I want to defend and justify them all. But I think there was some thought about that. It wasn't just, oh, I've put my building alongside of the piers and now I've forgotten about it and turned my back on it. I think there was this idea of masking and then framing, revealing after you've gained that upper level. Right, Daphne? Yeah.
Yes.
Any final comments on this project before we move along? It's a great.
I do think if that's the case, and it was a little bit the same way on the last project, we didn't have time to comment on it, but you would really have to think hard about the type of openings you make then, right? Like the opening that's in the pier side, old pier side wall of that solid object doesn't feel like a window that's created to make a like view portal of the pier that's there, right? And then you can see enough of the pier your whole way up the boardwalk that is it special when you get there? I don't know. I would think you go even further the other way then and just completely mask the thing the whole way out. And then find a way to make a window that's not even, it may not even be in plane with the wall of that more solid piece of program. Maybe it has a way of kind of puncturing through the wall or tilting a little or doing something that really kind of allows you to kind of break through and see. Or it could be a slight kick to the volume itself so that a view opens up for you. I do notice that the piers don't really appear, the old ones don't appear to be in a very straight line at all. So why is everything so rectilinear, right?
Mhm.
So I mean, I think that's a really cool idea. It would be like a whole new project where that becomes like the thing you're studying.
All right. Well, again, kudos to you, Daphne, for a really fully documented project. We can see what all the issues are, good, bad, and indifferent, right? Because your drawings are very complete, precise, meticulous, and thorough. And I personally find your approach to the perspectival drawings, the kind of quality of space, really compelling, really persuasive.
Beautiful drawings.
All right, great work.
you.
Thank you, Daphne. Okay, next we have, oh dear, got lost in my notes. We have Sophia, who is right next door. Are you with us, Sophia?
Yeah.
Great. And Inaki, are you still with us? If not,
I think he just signed off.
that's good, because it's time for him to move to another section. Great. All right, Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Most of my early diagrammatic work in the previous assignments focused mainly on the mining industry of Jefferson Island and its topography. This interest led to basing this project on the underlying grid of the room and pillar layout of the salt mine, which can be seen in my site plan. The program is arranged into two main buildings with exterior stairs that step down and are buried into the hillside, but also function as retaining garden walls for the courtyards in between. In the zoomed in plans and sections, you can see how the courtyards devolve from a more constructed, manicured layout to letting land, nature, and topography take over as a way to build upon Jefferson Island's history of going from a mechanical, machine-driven mining industry to current-day gardens and nurseries. Elements of each courtyard also extend past the borders of the buildings and seep into the surrounding site and multiple cells of the salt mine grid. The first courtyard is used as an entry space with one large tree for shade and a pool that guides circulation around it and towards the main stairway, which takes visitors to exhibit spaces. The second courtyard is filled with a grove of trees that is also laid out in a grid. Windows and doorways on the facades of the two buildings facing this courtyard follow the grid spacing too, so there are strategic views and walkways through the rows of trees, and so that there is a sense of cohesion and alignment between all of the elements on this level. A few larger, sturdier exhibit pieces like the minecart and the hoist cage spill out from the gallery into this courtyard as well. Lastly, the third courtyard is a series of stairs and slabs that follow the elevation and general shape of the topography. They are a multi-purpose space that can be used as lecture seating for the outdoor classroom, a viewing overlook for the lake and hillside, a rest area, or seating for the cafe too. The stairs diffuse into the landscape even more at the end, becoming a smaller walkway that leads visitors to the pathway at the bottom of the hill, which takes them back towards Jefferson House in the parking lot.
Maybe a little bit of a walkthrough. I think you kind of described it, but from the top to the bottom, the programmatic elements.
Yeah, so the top courtyard is kind of the main entry area. And that, like I mentioned earlier, that pool is kind of meant to guide circulation around it, and the tree is kind of meant to give some shade, and visitors would take that staircase to the next courtyard where the first gallery like opens up into it, and there's exhibit inside, but the exhibit can also spill out into the second courtyard. And then you can the stairs are kind of misaligned to encourage people to wander through the courtyards first before they move on to the next one. And then the next one also has another gallery opening up into it. And then visitors would kind of finish their and visitors can go into the cafe if they'd like, which is next door, or they can finish their path by going down the stairs and kind of taking those even smaller ones, which are the stairs that bleed into the site around it, and they can take the path at the end back towards Jefferson House.
Great, thank you.
In your site plan to what I'm assuming is the north of your project is a black square, a building, I'm assuming. What is that? Is that
That's the salt mine opening, the mine shaft. Yeah.
Okay, the historic one.
Mm-hmm.
And your project doesn't really have particular alignments with that. Right? The geometry, the plan geometry is coming from the mine shafts below. Is that where all this grid is?
It's coming from the grid below, but it felt like the mine shaft was still pertinent to the project because all of that's happening below is still related to that mine shaft on top. So I included a little loop path that you can visitors can take that loop if they wish to see it, or they can bypass it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The other thing I'm surprised by, which I guess was presented, but I'm just learning this axonometric of the different mine shaft levels. None of them line up. The piers are all, they're just separated by enough elevation that I guess the loads transfer through.
That's exactly right. The maximum, as I understand it from what I've read over the years, and I'm by no means an expert, but the idea was to extract. You had to leave at least, and you can correct me, Judith, if I have it wrong, but I think you have to leave 70% overall on any given level of the salt to structurally support the layers above, the massive weight of the salt dome itself above. And then, I'm sure there were other calculations that we weren't, I've never come across about this idea. It's almost like thin plywood, it's right. Changing the grain so that there is not ever a kind of a continuous void that would suggest collapse or invite collapse.
I think there's a couple of 100 feet of solid salt in between each one of
Yes.
those layers. Over the years, the grid the volume of extraction changed, I think probably based on machinery changes. I mean, they would haul these trucks and gasoline operated vehicles down there in pieces, put them together, and then start driving around down there. In any event, yeah, it's a fascinating complex. You know, this one seems to have some relationships to the first project we looked at, but it's so that in both cases the geometry emerges, but this one seems less literal, right? I'm sorry, what's your first name again?
Sophia.
Sophia, you're not making any specific dimensional correlation between your two simple but clear bars of building and the courtyard spaces that they
No.
front, are you?
No, the overall square is like the literal dimension of one of the cells from the grid, but the bar building was kind of more like the dimensions were more decided based on how much programmatic space was needed.
So
Yeah, I think the grid is a bit more of a tartan grid. In other words, the sort of notion of the big bay, little bay might be something to make a little bit more highlighted and see what aspects of that one could begin to highlight. I like the sort of simplicity of your project. I am struck by the desire to keep it very contained and within this geometric structure, in spite of the fact that the topo kind of wants you to juggle these things around a little bit. And then yet you are not allowing the pathways of circulation to align because you want to have more, I suppose, more mystery. And I think that although I like that idea, I think it needs a little bit more work, particularly relative to the upper terrace and the role that water feature is playing and the single tree. I actually think that is really interrupting the potential for the views to emerge through these significant passages that you're making.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm very taken by the massing strategy. I have to admit, I'm a sucker for a project which is quite restrained in its volumetric geometry massing strategy, and I think you certainly are doing that. Like this idea that my project is basically two bookend buildings that capture a space, and then there's a series of perimeter spaces in the landscape that relate to it in other ways is very appealing to me. And a lot of the architecture that I like has that quality. What it depends on, I think, to be really good work is exquisite attention to detail in terms of how everything is correlated. Like when I'm looking at the perspective, looking across the water with the tree at that first cut, I'm wondering, the height of that windowsill matters a lot because right now you have that windowsill above the horizon, right?
I did actually think about that height.
Yeah, okay.
It's 4 feet to 7 feet above the ground, which is supposed to be like relatively eye level with the person so that they can like look through it and into the gallery and see like that sliver of land. So it's supposed to align with the person's eye level.
Okay, great. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, I think with that level of attention and and some of these things are hard to communicate, frankly, in drawings. Like a lot of the architecture that I admire most as built projects, if you saw it as some plans and sections and a model in a school presentation, you might think, well, that might be good, but I don't really know. But when it's built, it's quite brilliant. So I have a couple specific suggestions for you. I think, like I said, I think the overall strategy I'm really taken by the way the spaces, the central courtyard and also the upper and lower, what I'll call the forecourt, because it's not really a courtyard, and then the lower terraces kind of fade into the landscape or engage the other elements of the site, to me could be improved. Like I think I'm bothered by the fact that this, I think it's important piece of the composition is the what is it, the lift that goes down to the mine, the black square I was asking about earlier. And I almost wonder if that water terrace could actually be a shallow pool of water that runs all the way up to that building, right? That's basically level ground. You could extend it all the way and actually use that surface of water to engage that existing building. And then maybe you do pass across it, but that passage across happens in alignment or more either in alignment with the pour through your upper building, or it's part of the staggered kind of condition. But the way you come into that corner of that space, I think is something I would probably look at again.
Okay.
And then similarly, the center courtyard, I think the center courtyard is really quite nice. And the way that the orchard of trees creates that space, I probably wouldn't have extended it both ways. Like I almost wonder if maybe that orchard of trees extends out to the other side, extends out to the landscape to the, what is that, maybe to the south, but not to the north. But you actually use each of these kind of landscape, these spaces between the buildings to kind of more specifically engage certain elements of the surroundings. But overall, I think this is a project that could sustain a lot of very careful study. And I think it was, if you were able to maintain the care and the detailing, I think it could be very, very strong. In terms of the interior spaces, I'm much more taken by double height spaces where like the two short ends of each of the blocks, where it's a full double height space, where the space itself is bounded by vertical architectural surfaces. In your lower building, you also have a double height space, which is, I don't know what it is, but it's surrounded essentially by a mezzanine level, right? It's a hole in the floor as opposed to, and I think that one could be, I think the sectional relationship there, I think you're doing the right thing, which is introducing section in that building. But I think just kind of having an opening that connects the two levels is not enough. Like I almost rather it was two tighter kind of voids within that volume that somehow had vertical surfaces that would help define them architecturally as opposed to a balcony around it on the upper level.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I would also say that you probably want to use the section. You've drawn two very nice sections, building sections, but I think you really need more, particularly the section on the right that's cutting through the hillside. I mean, it's great that it cuts through that one moment where you're passing down, but we really want to see how those other spaces relate to the courtyard with its orchard-like grid of trees. And so we're not really, we can look at the perspectives to determine that, and we can sort of infer from the other section, the cross section, but we really want to understand that relationship very, very vividly.
I picked up on a similar thing to what Cisco was talking about, which are the north and south edges. So the edges parallel to your direction of movement through the project. And to me, the way you've treated them is a little unclear. And Cisco's suggestion of bringing the water, kind of a water element from the salt mine, the head of the salt mine to that entry pool, what is a possibility. And questioning the way that the trees move from the landscape into the courtyard, I think is another thing to think about for sure. Another way to take it would be to make the edges, those north-south edges, even more well-defined, so that the courtyard becomes more enclosed, or at least the courtyard and maybe that entry court as well. So I think you could take that either way. And I think for me, that's where the project lacks clarity, is just the way those two edges are handled. I'm also, you might have said it, but I think, and if you did, I missed it. But I don't totally understand why your project has to be located exactly right here. And what about it is kind of growing, from an understanding of a specific location. It feels like it would, there are some other areas of the tartan grid to occupy that might have a more productive relationship to the head of the salt mine, that might have a similar or in some ways even more compelling relationship to the water's edge. And so, I'm kind of curious about that. It's not necessarily something you need to answer right now, but why you chose this specific spot. That you must have done a lot of study to kind of figure that out. I think the only other thing I would say is I agree that the simplicity of the structures is really compelling. From the outside, they read as if they want to be really heavy, but your plans and sections don't really read that way. The walls are all a very similar width. Both sides of the wall are always parallel. Same thing with every floor and every roof. And the idea that this thing might be a little more carved from the earth or made of the earth, I think would be a really interesting thing to investigate in it as well. And it would allow moments where you have kind of low site elements or low site walls, like those ribbons of wall that extend out into the landscape on the water side, or I'm assuming the lower walls around the entry court. That would allow those things to read more in a more similar way or continuous way with the buildings themselves, which I think would also help the project. One last thought: I really appreciate the kind of staggered or offset circulation through the complex. I do think that there's an opportunity to take some of the other salt mine grids underneath. And by overlaying them, kind of start to create a kind of a tracing of those odd geometries as they overlap each other, and let that drive your movement through the complex, maybe even creating diagonals, or at least identifying nodes where diagonals cross bars that become these moments where you have threshold moments between the kind of spatial dams of buildings that you've created. So that to me is another interesting opportunity. Maybe we'll see a project later on that looks at those different kind of offset grids in some way. But a really clearly presented project, like able to get right into it. So kudos.
Thank you.
I could maybe offer up a couple things specific to like the enclosure of the building, and I think maybe picking up on Cisco's early comment. I'm looking at the perspective. So like this horizontal band right here, which you talked about dialing that in very specifically and being able to see in, but then also through, that might start to inform how you even program the glazing for this. So like, I think if I jump down in the lower right-hand perspective, that horizontal, that framed condition might pop all the way through, and it might have a different quality. The glazing here might be hyper transparent and everything else might be like really frosted or something. That also suggests that you're thinking about the amount of natural light that's coming into these museum spaces, and maybe being a little bit more sensitive to that. I was also thinking you could even, like, this thing could extrude out a little bit further and create a slightly deeper cavity for the glazing to sit within. A lot of these big things do essentially face west. So there might, in these lower areas and in the top, they might be like really deep vertical louvers that start to also help with sun exposure. But yeah, I think there's some ways to just bring through, given the simplicity of the way you've arranged it, to really start to think about a couple more layers of the facade, particularly, may just be the big ones, and the other ones are a little bit more straightforward.
You might enjoy, if you don't know it, looking at the work of Sigurd Leverance. I mean, he does these buildings that are basically just brick, agglomerations of brick boxes, but they're full of delightful, careful details for surrounding some of these things that Charles was just talking about, like how the window and the wall relate to one another, and how the roof is structured and drains, and he finds a lot of architecture in those kind of conditions.
I think I was going to bring up the issue of materiality maybe in a slightly different way. I of course saw that your precedent was one of your precedents was Alvar Aalto's town hall in Sonazzolo. And then I'm looking at your renderings and I'm assuming, I'm not sure if you said it was brick, but the rendering assumes, right? So Sophia, do you see this as a brick structure, or are you a little, maybe you don't know yet what the materiality is?
Yeah, when we talked about materiality, I think we ended up leaning more towards like poured in place concrete.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that the issue of materiality on this site is something that I've spent some time thinking about because it's complicated. I mean, in terms of the kinds of construction methods that have occurred there, the original mines were made probably with a wood frame. Then later structures tended to be steel frame with lightweight, industrial cladding. I don't know that there was a lot of brick. There was a fair amount of poured concrete. And of course, there's an association between poured concrete, or the potential association between that and salt, perhaps in terms of its whiteness. But so there's no clear sense of what, the choice of materiality is a complicated one. Brick doesn't feel quite right to me because I don't think that it's mined. I don't know if there are clay deposits nearby. I mean, there certainly are in Louisiana, but I'm struck with trying to interpret what brick would mean in this particular setting. So I'm sure everyone has had to go through this calculus, but once you choose a material like brick, you have to start thinking about how brick behaves. And this is above your, where you are in the curriculum right now. So naturally, and you don't think this is brick anyway. So it just brings up a lot of issues. You tend not to want to make long horizontals in a brick building. Now, this isn't a brick building. So, it's the long horizontal, of course, it can be dealt with, but it does bring up these issues. For your portfolio, you may want to scale down, desaturate the warmth of that tone so that it just eliminates the notion of brick as an issue.
Yeah, I can see why that would be confusing.
Stephen Hall went through a phase where he would do these tilt-up concrete structures, maybe still does it. And if they were in a context where, like on a university campus where there was a lot of brick, he would simply color the concrete brick color. Now, I'm not sure that's the most successful material set of choices, but it is something to be aware of.
But there is something to be found in that thought process. I mean, even those Stephen Hall buildings that are tilt-up concrete, like they have seams, they have evidence of where the lifting bolts were, and there's an architectural vocabulary that grows out of how it's made. I mean, your renderings remind me of Baragon more than anything, right? They look like pink stucco to me, maybe because where I am right now. But I think regardless of what you pick, there can be architectural implications, and from that perspective, I won't recommend this, but I often discourage my students from making their buildings out of poured in place concrete because it's a little bit too easy. Like poured in place concrete can do almost anything. And if you force yourself to make it out of tilt up that has panels of a certain size or masonry that comes in certain size units, like it actually forces you to develop some of that architecture. And it really does benefit. I mean, you see this in a lot of Zumthor's work, extraordinarily straightforward planning principles, but extraordinarily straightforward buildings in some ways, but a whole series of kind of a quality of architecture that comes out of all those kind of what we could call secondary or tertiary decisions, but actually add up to make the power of the building, right? It's not in the shape and the primary spatial condition. It's actually in the overall effect of this accumulation of architectural decisions, that half of which have to do with how the building is made.
Those are really great prompts for future semesters and development.
Yeah, I know it's early.
I just wanted to, I kind of at some point sort of said, and by the way, because of all the vagaries of the semester and weird interruptions, we had, help me out students, we had about 2 weeks before the mid-review and 2 weeks after. So it was a sprint. And I think that the students were influenced by a number of different things. One was I pretty much told them if they had a monolithic kind of stereotomic architecture that was implied, that they were going to be poured in place concrete walls, just forget about it, and in the case of some, when the perspectives started to emerge, a week or so or less ago, it started to become clear that we could start really talking about the material implications of the aesthetic that they were envisioning. And so I think in Sophia's case, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sophia, there was this idea of a sort of a tinted, an almost kind of clay colored tinted poured in place concrete. I don't think they were ever envisioned as brick per se. And then there was also, I think if she could have done it out of rammed earth, she might have, but I told her there was too much wet. That wouldn't work in this context. And then I think also there was the students are, as Carrie mentioned in the intro, they're taking what has been a really influential, in a good way, digital media class, where Carrie not only teaches them skills, but actually introduces them to a wide array of kind of digital representation techniques and different architects who use these almost illustrator kind of methodologies to convey a narrative for the architecture. And so they were also encouraged in that class and in the studio to kind of, in a way, adopt one of their heroes of the from that class so I'm just trying to fill in a little bit of the blanks. I'm not sure how much of the pink coloration is coming from what you might assume and how much is kind of coming from a variety of sources. And I don't want to speak for you, Sophia, but I wanted to help contextualize the comments. And
well, it being a step past gray or just, concrete as we all understand it, I can appreciate. So, taking a little bit of authorship and developing a tonal position, I think is a great step for where you're at. And there's a little bit of striation in there, like there's a very subtle horizontal striation that kind of comes through in some of the foregrounded elements in the texture, I think, which also helps with the scale of poured in place concrete, so that there is some texture that is at more of a human scale, I think is nice as well.
Yeah, I was trying to make the foreground a little more detailed because that's how you'd normally perceive things.
I do appreciate the quality of not just yours, but all the ones we've seen. That there's not an effort to make these things fake photographs of the built project. Like they actually feel more intentional in terms of their expressive qualities. I think that's very nice.
I agree.
Yeah, and colored cast in place concrete. If you don't know Pezzo van Errechtshausen's work in Chile, you should look at that. I think they've got a green board form cast in place house and maybe a yellow one and or red one. You should go and look at that. It's beautiful work anyway.
Could you put, could I ask you, Cisco, to put a link above her board there? Since I'm zooming everything on YouTube and for y'all, I can,
let me
do a browser, but I would love to see that also. Great work, Sophia. Really controlled. I think there's a real control and discipline to your architecture, which I really admire. So much to build on there. Thank you. All right, we're going to Brian next. Brian,
hello. Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Awesome. All right. So on a site like Jefferson Island, one that has gone through so much physical trauma in its past during the 1980 sinkhole disaster, it felt appropriate to honor it and design a project that both reinvented what could be while also alluding to what used to be. So when visiting the site, I was struck personally by the corpse of the old pier, which consisted of a series of old wooden posts, which ended up being the driving force of my project as a whole. With that in mind, I wanted the architecture to embody the feeling of a pier while also bringing something new and refreshing onto Jefferson Island. The main mode of the movement in my project is a long ramp system that both serves as a gallery space to show artifacts, as well as a pathway that leads down under the water. Though one does not realize this until they reach an outdoor courtyard and cafe that cradles around the old post system while below lake level. This move I feel honors the site's history by moving people forward where one is ultimately sunken into the water, surrounded by the 4-decade-old pier site. Though I did not want the building to end on this note, but rather I wanted visitors to be led back up from the sunken courtyard where they are ultimately greeted with an unobstructed view to the rest of the lake. It is in this final move that my version of the island's pier rises from its past and is turned into totally new architecture. And all in all, I felt that my project takes visitors on a journey between land and water, just like the one Jefferson Island has been on for years.
You want to just sort of maybe walk us through the project?
Yep.
What happens first, and then where you go down at the water level and above? Then
yeah. So in the beginning, you start off like on a boardwalk going into the beginning, the first pod, which is a totally like 192-foot gallery space where there's pictures, artifacts on either wall, and then programmed to the left of it. So you walk down that ramp system, and then it leads you further down until you hit a glass wall that leads you to a straight view of the courtyard where there's cafe, trees, things. And then it's in. Sorry. Okay, is there too much noise? I think people are. Okay. So when you go down the ramp system, then you're led 6 feet under the water. And then when you're underwater, that's when you see there's posts to either side of you. So like I said, when you're cradling the post system, the building you see to the left and your right, there's posts. And then you can finally realize that you're actually underwater, and at eye-line view, you're basically at the same view of the posts. And then when you walk down the courtyard, then you're going into the second pod, which is another ramp system that leads you back up through galleries. And then at the end of this second pod, that's where you get the unobstructed view outside to the rest of the lake. So it's basically like you're going down and flat and then back up. That's like the main move for the building.
Brian, I personally think this is a really compelling relationship to the site. The idea of coming off the bank and immediately into a completely veiled, almost covered bridge condition. Walking towards, it looks like from what I can see, you're walking towards a view of the old pier in the water, and then realizing when you get out there that you've actually come down so that your vantage point is almost at water level is pretty compelling. And then that your project crosses over the kind of irregular diagonal of the pier, and you have that moment of engagement where the line of your building and the line of the pier actually cross each other. I think is really pretty nice. I kind of wonder why your project needed to be a Z shape, why it couldn't just be, one big long move. Although the one thing that the Z shape gives you is it gives you a view of something other than the other part of the building out of the end of each gallery. And I think that's probably reason enough. But maybe you had a version where it was just a long diagonal that slid across the kind of implied diagonal of the old pier. I do think that the ramping floor itself, if you had kept it at 1 and 20, you don't need landings, and you could have had it be this really subtle, barely perceivable slope with no landings, so that you don't ever have that, that kind of in that rendering on the upper right that kind of gives away the whole game, right? When you can see these landings kind of flatten out, it would have been even more disorienting to have it be a single plane and then kind of find your way down there. I also kind of wonder why the roofs on that same tone or on the same note are flat. It could have been really interesting to have the ceiling parallel the floor and the floor be at a really subtle slope, and it just kind of further disrupts your perception of the fact that you're slowly descending. And then you have to decide how far you take it, or all the things on the wall hung at the same angle, or all the, you just kind of how far do you take that idea? one little detail. Well, so I guess two other little things. One is I question the decision to go back up at the end. I don't know if I have an opinion one way or the other, but it's an interesting decision to me, that you would just kind of let this thing resolve as a dead end where you kind of go back up to the original land height. I wonder if there isn't another option out there for some sort of meaningful experience that's different than what you've presented before. And then just as a little detail, I find the little blinders on the ends of each of the gallery that go right up to the bend in the plan to be a little abrupt. I almost wish that that either the open kind of platform portion of the middle part of the project were allowed to turn the corner without the blinders, or vice versa, the blinders were allowed to turn the corner a little bit before they went away. And I kind of question the fact that there's either roof or no roof. I mean, I do think the one view you could offer the whole way down would be, in addition to maybe sloping the ceiling, a much more open or mesh-like or kind of expressive ceiling surface where maybe you can see the sky sometimes. And then that could have continued past the glass walls at the end of each gallery. But I do think as a general idea and a diagram, it's really very compelling. Honestly, I don't mean this as an underhanded compliment. It's the idea of the project is more compelling than the representation of it, just to be as direct about it as possible. But I think the idea is strong enough to make it good still.
I guess I agree with certain aspects of that, but to talk a little bit about representation, because that's been a big part of this exercise. And in some ways, representation becomes a window into design intention. Through the act of rich, detailed representations, one is in a sense of existing conditions in some cases, as well as the new projects. One's forced to hone the idea that you are establishing. So I'm looking at your two cross sections and wondering where the heck the existing piers are in those representations. You haven't drawn them, and yet they are absolutely central to your idea, that this bar building is on one side of them in one instance, and then it sort of laces over to the other side. And then I'm struck with, okay, what is the visual relationship between these tubes of space and these existing piers? And since you didn't draw them, I think you don't care that much about them. That said, I'm also so I like the idea of a linear building on one side and then switching over to a linear, and then the development of the section. I find that angled passage between the two to be highly problematic. And I would be surprised if you haven't drawn it a bunch of different ways, because it feels like it's still a question mark rather than a resolved condition.
Well, yeah, I mean, not to pile on, but I agree with that. I think to me, the links are where your project is less strong. Like actually, looking at your site plan, the sort of zigzag shape, my first intuitive reaction was, hearing the description of the volumes playing against the piers, and the upper right perspective, I think is quite convincing, except there's too much in the foreground. So when I look at that perspective and I see the glass end of the box and I'm looking out onto this kind of these piers dancing off towards the horizon, I like that. What I don't like is the trees, the benches, the pretty big wall that exists between the trees and those piers. And I think if you rethought the link and because the other thing that is convincing to me is that large bottom perspective when I read it just as kind of two monoliths that are misaligned. If you took Matt's suggestion and you got rid of the 1 in 12 ramps because you don't want landings, but also, you know, if you're more than 1 in 20, you also have to have handrails on both sides, which won't be great for your gallery. But if you did that, and instead of going down below the water, if you just brought everyone down to the water, you know, maybe this is the place where you steal the previous person's pier idea, where it's metal mesh and it's 1 inch above the water level, and you just don't go out there if it's been raining because the water's raised a few inches. But you are actually literally on the water, and then you don't have to have sidewalls. You know, it essentially takes that link and makes it go away as much as possible. So it's essentially these 2 boxes, each of which are kind of telescopes that look out onto this line of piers. I think, to me, that would be more powerful. Like, kind of suppress the geometry and the kind of physical presence of the link, and let these 2 kind of tubes of space be these devices for framing views of the piers. That to me is your those 2 tubes are your diagram. Those 2 boxes, I think that's your core diagram. And if you could diminish the presence of the link, and I know you like that recessed walkway. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's also, to me, it's a little bit like a glass floor, right? They're kind of gimmicky. It's like glass floors. I see glass floors and big alarm bells go off in my head. And same thing with this. I just don't think it's essential. Like, it's kind of a cool thing, but it's not what your project is about. And then I would say the same thing for the entry to your project. Like, I wish this box just came and just barely hung onto the edge of the land itself, so you didn't have to get on a little walkway and walk into the first box. You could actually just come on a path, come through that narrow threshold into the first box, and then immediately see this view in the upper right-hand side. That would be, if you were on my desk, that's the direction I would take it, trying to kind of boil down and essentialize what are really the core experiences that come out of this idea of kind of grading your project in around this existing set of piers.
I would want to exaggerate that and just find the end of a tube in the woods before I had ever seen the edge of the water. You know, just lay that thing on the grounds at 1 in 20, as if it fell there. And you're far enough back and there's dense enough planting that you haven't even seen the water's edge yet.
I think that's a good suggestion, and similar to, I think, one of Wendy's points earlier of like, when are you experiencing these certain things, or when do you even know what you're really like getting yourself into? I think that would also be pretty powerful. If I agree, it seems like you'd wanted the depression would be at the end rather than be right in the middle, and then you're ascending back up. Because I was trying to figure out if you needed 2 buildings programmatically, or if it could just be one really long continuous gallery. What was that? Or was that someone else? And then
ambient noise, Charles.
Okay. So, and I also think, like, now I'm looking at the plan, like, when you have a lot of this, obviously the program, I think it needs to look a little bit more resolved, but now you have these like really small doors that also interfere with like the quality of this gallery space. You know, when you have these adjacencies like this, it might be better to almost always tuck in doors and have them off to the side, rather than having them be something that kind of spills out directly into the gallery space. Almost thinking of like this edge kind of needs to have a little transition itself, functionally and aesthetically, right? So those, looking now at that perspective, those might start to be like bigger, deeper cuts that have, you know, like these deep shadow conditions, something that breaks up the length of these walls a little bit more. And I agree. I think the ceiling, there's a lot of amazing opportunities with the ceiling. I was first drawn, just going to react to the lighting, you know, like you have this really nice, it looks like is this like uplighting along the walls?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. So like, I think you had that that sensitivity there, but like when you look at the top, it's kind of like I don't know, sometimes you just default to what you think should be up there. And yeah, one consideration could be, is the entire ceiling kind of illuminated condition? I think that may have come up a little bit earlier too. Or are there very strategic ways where you have to kind of drop lighting down to wash pieces in like a very particular way? So I think the simplicity of the gallery and the form of it should allow you to get to that level of resolution. And maybe part of it was just, I do think like losing the focus of having you drop down to the water at the end, like you added this entire other building that I do think complicates it and makes it hard to get to this level of resolution with like how the doors interact with the gallery space, and what are a couple different type of maybe overall lighting conditions or very specific more theatric lighting conditions.
I think just to add, and then we need to close and move to the next project, but it's almost like you guys are psychic, right? Are you with me, Brian? Because Brian was really taken with this idea. I think it might have been one of these precedents, which I perhaps ill-advisedly put on my Pinterest board, about the kind of sunken below the water walkway. And that really was something that was tenaciously held onto. Earlier, until pretty recently, there was this idea that it actually needed to go super deep under the water, which meant that actually most of both buildings, or at least all of one building, would be completely submerged and get no natural light. And so I think in many ways in the last week or two, this project has come a long way toward a lot of the suggestions, I think, that are being made about what's actually important and what's not as important as maybe you think it is. And I just kind of wish there was sort of more time and more vigorous movement on the project in a kind of more regular way throughout, because I think we could have caught some of these things. As you can see, you never catch everything, not in the time allowed, but I think there were a lot of really quite to the point comments made for your project. And I think a lot of them, you're smart enough and talented enough that if the hours had been in there and the feedback on a more constant basis, I think we could have caught a lot of it. That said, I think the project still has come a long way, even since the mid-review. A lot of the kind of different iterations, from a straight bar to two completely disconnected bars with these are all things that you definitely investigated. And I think having seen those options, this is still the best overall massing. And I think, to me, that's borne out and proven by the perspective at the bottom. But the specifics of the section and the qualities of space inside, and the relationship of those internal galleries to the driver, which is this meandering line of piers, and how those buildings might have opened up on one side versus the other side to face those piers. Those are all, really, really excellent suggestions that I think would help this project move further to complete resolution of your intentions, Brian. Okay, so with that, let's thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Good work. We're gonna go to Kaylee's project right next door, and hang in there, because following Kaylee's project, we'll have a brief break. Y'all can do one more project, right? Before we get the break.
Sure.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
So hi, I'm Kaylee, and as I'm sure you guys are picking up on by now, Jefferson Island is a site that's defined by a rich geological presence that is the catalyst for a lot of the intrusive industrial development that precedes the educational center. The salt dome lying beneath the surface of the peninsula and its accompanying geological resources have drawn mining and drilling corporations from across the country. And the mistakes of intrusions of the resource extractors on Jefferson Island are responsible for many topographical conditions and scars that mar the peninsula to this day. Um, these ghosts of industries past, paired with the fascination with light and interest in towing the line between enclosed and liberated spaces, were the primary drivers for the proposed intervention. The architectural style pulls from the footworks of architects like Edward Durrell Stone and Yoshio Taniguchi, while the form of the education center was derived from the remaining footprint of the salt mine refinery factory. And the location succeeds the mining shaft. As you approach the center, you first encounter an array of trees that ties the structure into the other significant architectural landmarks on the site. And the trees reach their end at the mine shaft cover, marking a transition from the natural environment to the designed courtyard. The courtyard features a flooded reflecting pool with a mining cart rising out of the parallel of the mine shaft. The visitor then enters the second floor of the project with reading rooms and administrative offices to the left and a balcony looking out onto a double height gallery on the right. In front of the viewer is a glass wall celebrating the view out onto Lake Premier and contrasting the stark presence of the concrete facade that precedes it. The interplay between the embedded rigid concrete wall wrapping the entire wall and sides, while the light weaving glass creates a system of walls that blurs the line of the enclosure, the subterranean, and the air. The staircase being situated on the parallel of the mine shaft is another nod to the presence of an industrial past in the promenade. Arriving on the ground floor, a cafe presents itself to the right and the gallery on the left, while beyond the building lies a lower grassy courtyard with a staircase inviting the inhabitants to interact with the water. A later investigation with the project is the possibility for projection, especially on the glass facade, and how that can be employed to memorialize the many lives of Jefferson Island.
Can you describe one more time what you experienced on the entry level, the upper level?
Yeah, so you're like immediately in front of you, you're presented when you enter with the staircase that wraps around the elevator that moves down to the bottom floor. And then beyond that is the glass wall that kind of weaves between the roof of the building and a couple covered courtyards. And then to the right is the double height gallery that you look out onto.
And once you've kind of descended down to the plaza level or whatever you want to call it, when you leave, do you just go back out the way you came?
Yeah, we contemplated doing like a ramp out, but the difference between the lower level of the courtyard and the natural topographical conditions would be too steep for a ramp.
Well, it seems to me that the strongest gesture that you're offering us is this linear building that's generally parallel to the lake edge and probably fairly directly parallel to something like the railroad tracks that once existed there, and there may be some remnants of them, where there was a series of linear elements that that were tied to the movement of machines and goods and salt and through here, that somehow you're building, capturing in a simple way a kind of linear edge that can then begin to create a platform or space between the wall of your building and the lake. That's all seems very appealing, and that shows, I think, in your section, your primary section through the hillside pretty well. Where I really am sort of at odds with some of the decisions you've made is the notion that this this world where one's sort of striping linear swaths of space and mass into the topography, that it needs to be intersected with an alley of trees and, you know, 3 double doors and in line with an elevator or whatever. I feel that the cross axis that you're introducing is not helping your project. I'm looking at your axon now, and I just want to take those 2 lines of trees away and then maybe make some more linear, maybe some low walls to help deal with the literal topography and perhaps establish a kind of void through the building. I guess I just have a different concept of your project than you do, but I feel like those 2 geometries are not working well together right now.
Yeah, I kind of wish that so I think the strongest thing is also this kind of built edge that you've made. I think in the climate you're working in, the idea of having these north facing windows looking out over the lake would be incredibly beautiful. You wouldn't get any heat gain during the summer. It's a warm enough environment that you're not killing yourself in the winter. You're looking out over a lit landscape all the time. And I would imagine one of the nicer experiences would be actually coming up to the back of this thing with no windows, some sort of beautiful penetration through a solid wall in a dense forest. And you just kind of find it there, almost looking as monolithic and mute as an industrial building would. I mean, you notice those industrial buildings that you have pictures of, and certainly the forms they seem to suggest from above, or even the form of a boxcar or something like that, is this windowless kind of mute object. And then to kind of pop into it and realize there's this kind of double height window that looks out over the lake, I think would be a really compelling experience. And so things like the cross axis that was already mentioned, the identical footprint pool that you go across before you get to the building. These are things that are working against that experience in my mind and don't make a lot of sense. I also am a little bothered by the incredibly stark edges on the east and west, where you have these site walls that kind of interrupt the shoreline and go out a little bit into the water. I could imagine that being nice if you really went out into the water or set up some sort of framed view, or just really had this kind of bracketed moment of the shoreline and a view of the lake. But in my mind, it might be stronger just to allow the natural lake edge to move along right in front of the project, and end up with a plaza condition or a courtyard condition that, or even dock or boardwalk condition that is on the north side of the building that has a more informal relationship to the existing edge of the lake. I think the kind of bracketed walls on either side are kind of odd. Only other thing I'll say is just programmatically, I think you said the offices are on the upper level to one side, and then the double height gallery is to the other side when you get in there. For me, I would want to tuck everything like offices and bathrooms and anything else, supporting that's required like that. Tuck it away, tuck it on the lower floor, somewhere down low. And the movement for me down into the lower level of the building might want to run with the length of the building, not in this kind of spiral movement in the center, where you actually have a longer, more compelling way of sliding down into the site and being more aware of the change of topography at the lake's edge, and rather than just kind of popping in and having a stair wrap around an elevator. That seems very, very abrupt to me. So I mean, I hope you'll kind of remember that this idea of finding something in the woods, of not having anything surprising or compelling or interesting, really, even, that's occurred before you pop through that wall. Certainly not having an elevator core in the way of your view when you first walk in, and then really hitting people over the head with this big double height wall of glass looking out over the lake. I think that's where the beauty of the project potentially lies.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, Kayla, if you had considered letting the water come up to the building, or if the reflecting pool was always present, like really early on.
By like the water coming up to the building, do you mean like the lake water? Or?
Yeah. I think like that was my kind of looking at it. I assumed that, that the lake could actually, like if it's level change, it would actually come up into this, lost. Yeah, it would like occupy this space and kind of like fill in some of this. 'Cause I have some, I guess, a similar feedback that I think I feel like it could have a much stronger connection with the water actually coming all the way up to the edge of the building. So I was just curious if you had considered that.
No, we haven't really. The reflecting pool was like a pretty early decision.
I think the building in relationship to water in that way, I do think is there's a lot of opportunity. I was thinking of trying to figure out how to post a picture of is it Ondo's Fort Worth Museum, that has these big glass boxes that do come down and just kind of rest in that water condition. Could be really nice. But in that, I do appreciate that wall is really solid, and that you are very particular about how you punch through it. So I think at least that it acting as like this large threshold that almost transports you to like a completely different world, and like how dramatic just that simple move could be. Well, I think a lot of people have really picked up on. I think that's one of those things where you can I felt like even you can take a simple idea like having this really solid wall and having to pass through that, and allowing the qualities, the counterpoint after you pass through it, and then kind of like building everything off of that. Like we talked about this a lot in my class. Like, you have this. I'm highlighting now the shaft down into the down into the mine. It's almost kind of like acted as like the axis mundi. It's like the origin, and that everything kind of built off of. But then it's not even really significant, and I don't think it has to be, honestly. Like, I think your project is a lot more about passing through this threshold than it is about an axial relationship to the shaft. So I would just offer that advice that sometimes you may have a discovery along the way, like this wall as a threshold, and therefore a lot of these other things can recede, and you can really just try and have everything that you do really reinforce that one condition. Because I don't think other than the shaft really given kind of setting up all these little symmetrical moves and formal moves into the entry, it doesn't really have a place beyond that. And I don't think it has to, like, in some ways, like the shaft could be completely gone from in terms of being a character in your project.
I pretty much agree with everything that's been said, I think. And I'm agnostic a little bit about whether you have the water or you don't, or you keep the shaft or you don't. Like, it'd be a slightly different project if you didn't. But the thing I think has been said a couple different ways, which I agree with most, is the, let's see if I can draw here. The walls that are perpendicular to your major move to the bar, and the pathways that are perpendicular, I think are what's really, to me, hurting the scheme. I feel like if you, is there an undo button? Okay. If you instead, I guess what I'm saying is, I think your core move is a strong one, but if you actually let the grain, the spatial grain, be a little more unidirectional, like if the things that you structured, like you had the building, right? If you actually allowed those, I don't even know what this is, if that's a path or an existing wall or something, you actually let sort of some of that, like you want to obviously build the lake edge for some reason, but you let some of these, maybe even the pathway somehow comes in, like the approach is actually this way. So that all the grain is going basically left to right in this drawing, and you basically try and suppress major moves that run perpendicular to it in this direction. I think you would actually have the opportunity for a lot richer set of experiences, right? Because you could come along, you could come in here between where you have the water. If you wanted to keep the mine shaft so you could see it, that might be something you see off to the side, and then you move into the building, and you're always kind of moving left to right in this site plan, and never perpendicular. And then I think where, if you use that to organize a site, then if you go to the plan, your building, I think, would be improved by kind of thinking about the spatial planning inside the building in the same way. Like, you have these 3 offices and I don't know what, conference room or something, and a couple toilets. They're just kind of shoved in the corner because you don't want them in the way. But if you could begin to think about the building itself, I'm drawing in the floor plan now, as sort of a series of layers, right? Like instead of these rooms, maybe there is a layer that's relatively solid, right? That somehow maybe just comes out to there. It's very hard to draw with a mouse. And then you come in, and I would put the elevator in that bank of solid stuff. Like, it's an elevator, for better or worse, is one of the hardest things to control as an architect, because we, generally speaking, don't get to detail them. You get to pick from like 3 door options, and and that's it. And so get the elevator out of the way. Maybe you have a set of stairs then that come, maybe you pull the courtyard back a little bit, and you have a set of gentle stairs that run down in this left to right direction. So you enter into a space where you can look out into the water, you turn left, you slide down a set of stairs along the courtyard wall. But you kind of try and think about the building, just as I was sketching on landscape, as a series of layers. Like, it's lasagna, right? It's lamina of spaces and solids that kind of compose this bar. And then you're kind of working with the same mindset in the landscape and in the building. And it's all about that left to right grain. And you're kind of piercing layers in different ways. And there's always opportunities for thresholds and slot spaces. And like, there's a lot of architectural kind of potential in working that way. And it would give you a tool, I think. And there's probably 18 other ways of solving it, but I think approaching it in a way that's consistent between the landscape and the building, this is an example of one way you could do that, I think would help you a lot. Because then these, as soon as this wall goes away, these little sidewalls that actually don't let your building ever touch the landscape, because there's like a 5 foot wide band of retaining wall or concrete on either end of your building, which seems like a small detail, but it's very troubling to me, because the building is a bar and you kind of want it to resolve itself against the found condition and not against this little frame that you've built around it. Then all the things that you're already doing, like others have mentioned, the big view up to the north to the sunlight on the lake, or the natural light on the lake, those I think become only more powerful.
I think you could really push that movement in the east-west, which is to me the kind of defining comment that links together everything all of us are talking about here. I mean, that the building's what, 250 feet long? Is that what it says up there? And that to me that's enough space at 1 in 20 to go down 12 feet. So you're able to get down nearly a full story just in one length of the building. You could imagine a really protracted kind of descent between 2 walls, or however it works. And maybe on one end of the building you're able to get underneath the office suite and never really know it's there. It's just this mass that's up in the air that you're able to slide under. That it might also mean you don't enter into the center of the wall. Maybe you're moving on the site. You're moving more in zigzags, where you go past the head of the salt mine, and then you enter in between 2 walls, and then you turn again, and you're descending, and you end up at the gallery. And it's more of a switchback than it is a piercing of the wall. I think there's a lot of potential once you do that. But I think the big thing to remember is you've set up this stark contrast between the land side and the water side, and you want to really let the architecture amplify those differences that you've made, because I think it'll make a wonderful experience for people.
Interestingly enough, and I think this is the kind of thing where stylistic predilections come into play a little bit, because I know that a couple other reviewers saw your project at the mid-review and were really actually quite taken with this sort of serenity and almost Miesian quality and monumentality of the front elevation. But I do think that you've been moving in the direction, Kaylee, of a much more, loosened up scheme, for lack of a better word. I do know that kind of axial arrangement of the shaft, the kind of stair tower / elevator core, and then the placement of the main exhibit, or one of the main exhibit pieces floating on this island, that's sort of been a controlling early feature, that everything else has sort of kind of come or broken away from that. And I know there was a big push at mid-review, and I think you took the challenge mightily and courageously to, if the front was going to be this sort of very axial kind of symmetrical approach, that the back facade could open up and loosen up. And so I think a lot of what you're hearing is maybe like the next level of that breaking up and loosening up of the somewhat, there's a high degree of formality and monumentality to the way that you've set up your project with this central axial kind of entrance and series of elements. So, I mean, it's kind of like you go for that or you don't. I think that you're hearing a lot of great alternative arrangements for navigating the hillside in a more lateral way. And I think we talked about that. I was kind of pushing for a lateral ramp that was long and thin and kind of took you down to the 2 levels. But you clearly really wanted to hold on to this kind of formal front, which you've expressed. I mean, we can see your project. That's the benefit of this, of your incredible thoroughness in presenting it. So I think we are seeing what your intentions are quite clearly. But I think it's nice to hear these alternative views about how you might have shaken that up a bit more. That the kind of rationality and symmetry of the front approach. So in other words, more of the influence of what has started to happen at the back might have actually moved forward and taken over a little bit, kind of almost undermined the symmetry of the front. I hope this is making sense to you, Kaylee. They're definitely 2 different projects. And I think there's legitimate support for what you're doing. But I think that clearly in this panel, there's sort of a confluence of interest in what would happen if you broke up the rigidity of that main entrance central approach and everything that goes with it.
Well, and to me, a big part of that is the way that you've handled the program. Like you've got this dead center, symmetric piercing of this wall, but then you've got offices versus double height gallery, left and right. Right. You're already setting up a bias east and west in the way the program works and the hierarchy of things that I think you should respond to. And it would, to me, the first thing I would do is start questioning that kind of perpendicular puncture into the wall. The things on the left and right are not equal.
This is, I know that our time is done, but there's that axis that goes on for about a mile of the alley of trees in this direction. I'm looking at your site plan. And I don't know, I mean, it would not be a visual continuity, but if your alley of trees and the geometry of your project rotated a bit to create a kind of
it's here, right? I mean, it's yeah.
If this is the existing house, that alley of trees and its axis is there. Anyway, it's what you've discovered, of course, is that there are different opinions about things. And I think for me, and for many of us, this the cross axis is a little bit fighting the landform and the history of this part of the site. So for what it's worth.
Yeah. All right. Do you have any questions, Kaylee, or anything else before we take our break? Beautiful drawings, once again, really controlled. All right, everybody, we're running just a little late, but we're gonna be fine. Let's see.
Short break.
Short break. So it's 3:44. Let's take a 6-minute break and resume at 3:50. Can we do that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks. Hey, everyone. We are back. Our next project is Brandon's. And Brandon, are you there?
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Nice
Great.
tie.
Thanks.
They've all cleaned up.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. Okay.
Sure. All right. So in the early stages of Jefferson Island project, I was captivated by the relationship between the underground elements, such as the salt dome layers and the sinkhole, with the above ground elements, such as tree canopy and paths. However, as one explores Jefferson Island, they can't gather a full appreciation for these underground elements. This project therefore uses the shifted salt dome layers as the basis for the party and brings them to the surface so that one can value the grandeur and of the salt dome layers that lay hundreds of feet below the surface. These geometries pave the way for my structure, and the rotation is apparent in my plans and perspectives. The location of the structure lies within the salt dome grids as well, landing within the hillside region. This location offers the greatest range of topography so that as one moves from top of the island to Lake Pinure, the perspective of the building changes. What's also crucial is the methodology behind the circulation. As one moves down the path from the hilltop, it is not quite evident how one will enter the space. But as one proceeds down this path, they are eventually confronted with a ramp that guides them down into this excavated courtyard area. This project emphasizes the prepositions that Professor Norman mentioned in her introduction. There is program found in, on, and above Jefferson Island. And with these varying spaces, variables such as light and heat also change. The excavated program within the sites of Jefferson Island provides a distinctive appeal with cooler temperature and minimal light. As evident with the underground gallery seen in two of my perspectives, there's more controlled light in the form of these overhead apertures that extend to the surface of Jefferson Island. The video room is additionally placed in this darker environment, which is optimal for a large illuminated screen. But in order to enter this extruded structure, one enters the lobby as seen to the left. This is the initiation of the rotated square geometry. Within this structure, the other prepositions of on and above are emphasized. Following a staircase at the back of the lobby, one finds themselves in a more slender hallway filled with portraits and a view of the center of the structure. One continues to move in this square-like circulation throughout the perimeter of the space, transitioning from thinner to thicker spaces. These narrow spaces are dedicated to circulation, mainly featuring staircases and areas for two-dimensional art. The wider spaces hold the reading room and the archive space. Moving up to the final floor, one's journey ends with the above-ground gallery space, which contradicts the underground gallery space in that there's more light emitted and the ceilings are higher. Finally, I'll mention the center of the structure. This central courtyard space is much more sacred and reserved than the outer courtyard space. One can enter this inner space through the archive room, but the entrance is not fully evident nor ornate. As the central courtyard space features an opening to the sky surrounded by structure, this provides the audience with a world within the architecture. The hole in the middle draws inspiration from Michael Heiser's exhibit in New York and represents that there is more below Jefferson Island that is yet to be explored.
You looked at a few centralized square plan buildings. Did you want to mention those briefly, or did I miss it?
No, I can mention those for a bit. So in the early stages, I also seeked inspiration from Kunsthaus, Zumthor, and also Kahn's library. And what's somewhat evident even from the exterior of the Kunsthaus is this idea of exterior circulation and moving from bottom to top. And the way that he's represented that through these light fixtures was something that I was really inspired by. It's something that I drew from evidently in my work. And same with the Kahn's library. There's definitely this idea of having a sacred central space, and that's something that I wanted to emulate in my work as well.
Can you just review the program of the lowest level one more
Sure.
time?
Yeah, and if you could just scroll down to these first two perspectives, I think it kind of helps. Oh yeah, sure. This as well. This is great.
Yep.
So yeah, this is how you enter. You kind of enter down to this ramp where you're submerged, and as you are submerged, you're confronted with several served spaces. There's this idea of served versus servant, and I believe you mentioned before kind of tucking off the servant spaces a little bit to the side, making them less evident, and that's something that I tried to do as well, as seen as these offices and storage space along the back of this underground program. But as the moment you walk down this ramp, you're confronted with the cafe and the gallery, the underground gallery. And it's to the left of that where you find the lobby, which leads you to the extruded structure. Yeah, so right here to the right, you'll see a cafe. More so, there's the gallery, the underground gallery with the darker environment behind that. And to the left, these glass panels, that's the lobby space.
And that's how you get into the central space?
Yes.
Okay, how does that occur? 'Cause you have to go up a level, right, to get into
Yep.
the central space?
Right. So just below, there's a staircase that's tucked behind, and that's kind of where you start this idea of a square-like circulation around this rotated extruded structure.
Gotcha.
You actually get to it. I think there's actually only one entry to control the entry to that or access to that space, right?
Exactly. Yes, that's done
Right.
intentionally.
From the archive, which is in this image here. So to the left is where you can enter. That's where this opening is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see it on other sides, but you can't get out to it except for that one almost hidden door, the secret garden.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a more of a reserved, sacred space, as it is, the center of the entirety of the project.
And it's an exterior space, right?
Yeah, it's open at the top.
In the first rendering where you're nearly on grade and just barely descending into the grade, my understanding of the project makes me feel like the fall to the left, if I was that person on the ramp and I fell off, would be really deep. But what am I missing there? Does the space between the outer square and the rotated square not go full depth the whole way around it?
So I think you're asking about the ramp in the first rendering and how that works.
Yeah, I'm talking about this space right here that I just put an orange X over.
So
like, let me increase my line weight.
Like
That
the
didn't
gap
help.
between the
Like here.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, for the sake of the partie, how that works is there's still a kind of square-like circulation, but throughout that back space, what I was mentioning before was the fact that those spaces are filled with offices and whatnot. So kind of less important to the audience and like storage rooms. That was kind of the program back there.
But it's more like the hill is going up dramatically rather than you going down dramatically, right? Like you're not really going down that far.
Exactly. The effect is duplicated by the fact that there is this topography that's overarching above. That's kind of reasoning behind the location as well. Kind of the perspective changing so that even though your slope downwards isn't so great, I mean, it's, ADA regulation, you're still getting this sense of being severely submerged within Jefferson Island.
So the top section is cut laterally at the lower level of the slope, looking up at the top of the slope above you. And then the bottom one is at the slope level.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the depth of this space that you're talking about, Matthew, changes from one side of the slope to the other.
Yep. No, that's great. I was my biggest concern was that you were going down to just then go back up a little bit, and that felt a little strange. But I'm now realizing you actually enter nearly on grade with the lowest level, maybe descend a little bit to then go up into that middle space.
Yeah.
Well, I'll launch in. I don't want to always be too vocal, but well, I think this is a nice project. I certainly liked the way you described it, but I might describe it somewhat differently. But what it offers is this idea of excavation, and then the insertion of an element that emerges from that excavation as a kind of vertical that creates a powerful room to the sky, and doesn't attempt to be a conventional building, in the sense that it is creates even though it is above grade for much of the presence of that object form, one can't look at this beautiful landscape. It's hidden from you. You are in an enclosed environment with a kind of window to the sky. And you're in an enclosed environment focusing on the exhibition programming. And then, of course, you tuck some of the less honorific elements into the grade, and they can have light and take part of this lower terrace. So, and I also think that the building and its rotation is fairly well sited. The way the topography kind of moves around, this rotation is actually kind of helping you. So I think it's a nice project. I must admit, I found the drawings difficult to work through. The sections are pretty clear, but for some reason the plans and exactly how you get into this thing were throwing me for a loop. So I think what you need to do is work on your graphics in that arena a bit more, but I think it's an interesting project.
They've come a long way, Judy. They really, really have, trust me. Yeah.
I mean, I think I really think it's a strong project as well. I think the this object in this kind of tight excavation that's, kind of infringing upon it is going to feel incredibly heavy and incredibly massive. And I think that's one of your goals. And I think from that perspective, it's really good. I do wish that you didn't come down the hill from a path to get to the entry point. I wish you could only access this thing from the water's edge, or from that path that looks like it moves along the water's edge. I think that's really where it falls apart, because the path that that you have coming down the north edge is going to basically give away the whole thing as you go down there and walk along the edge of it. And then you're going to get down there and be like, oh, I already kind of know what happens here. I think it'd be much more surprising to come in from the water side, from the west, and hit that slightly descending ramp. Once that happens, I think finding yourself in this surprisingly deep and tight crevice between this object and the hill would be a really compelling experience. It'd be probably about as far as the general public would be willing to go, and being willing to experience kind of a salt mine feel. And then, the fact that you've tucked this program kind of either in the hill or underneath the volume is really, really a good decision. The actual means of moving up into the central space, and looks like there's program on an upper level and two of the thickened walls of the central object. That feels a little unresolved to me, but I think it's the sort of thing that with some work could definitely be resolved. I do think, we've talked about material some today. It's a little further along than you are right now in your education, but I do think material decisions about what material is revealed when you cut into the earth compared to what the material of the object is. First of all, whether or not those things are the same material, or if one is just a more refined or polished version of the same material, or if they're completely different from each other, would be a really interesting thing to investigate. And the way, that rendering that that Wendy just went to there with the underground spaces, it's pretty compelling, and especially to the extent that we see the material from the cut go back into the space and form the ceilings and the walls of the spaces that are underneath the earth. But the way you make openings in the two things might also be different. That you might find a way to more slip into the central object so it can remain solid, and that the openings in the ground or under the ground are differently made than that. So I think really investigating all those sorts of things would take the project to the next level. But it's very simple and very striking. I think from that perspective, it's very successful.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing, I would want my experiences before I got into the middle space, the sky room, as Judith referred to it, to not let me see much of the sky. Right, like I'm in the woods, or I'm in this thin crevice where I get like a little glimpse of the sky. And so maybe the tree canopy is coming like pretty tight to this object. And it's not until I get in the object that I have this uninterrupted view of kind of a built edge with the sky. It'd be really beautiful.
I don't have a lot to add. I agree with everything. I think it's a terrific project. I mean, I really like it. I only have nitpicks to offer. I'm not convinced those 3 little square holes that go into the side gallery, that side gallery at the lowest level is right adjacent to your primary spatial move, which is the spatial moat around your cube, right? And so if I have that moat that's letting light down into the lowest levels, why am I not finding some architectural device to borrow some of that light rather than drilling 3 holes in all the way from the ground level? Because I think the reality of those holes up on the train, one of them is right next to the path you walk by, might not be as nice in reality. In fact, that's one of the challenges you have, just like it was mentioned, like you've got a little bit of a fall as you enter that ramp to your left-hand side. Like you've got a big fall around the moat from the landscape. Like, are you going to have a 42-inch high guardrail around in the landscape that you walk right by? This is a project that really gains a lot of strength from its abstraction, right? It's very monolithic. You've kind of designed it really, I think, compellingly, not just as a formal game, but you talked about it, the way the light enters the building changes as a result at the different levels as a result of the way the spatial system works. So I'm completely sold on all that. I just think as you begin to lose that abstraction, as this gets more real, if you have to have guardrails all over the place, it's really going to hurt that quality. And so how do you begin to deal with that? And I think the more you can find ways of getting those strategies into the diagram so the abstraction remains, the better off you will be. The other thing I was going to raise is really just a question for you. How important is it to you that the user understand that these geometries result from what's going on in the mines deep below versus just your willfulness as the creator of this project?
Yeah, I mean, originally I had some structures stacked on top of each other, but it was less abstract. I think how you said it, like the striking aspect of the abstraction of the solid is really what kind of is at the heart of it. So in terms of the actual rotation and whatnot, that all does derive from the salt dome layers hundreds of feet below the surface. In terms of how important it is, it's relatively, crucial to the project. There's been some tweakings and whatnot, but that's, always how, I guess how it is. So yeah, I mean, it is definitely important. And I think that it provides interesting spaces for the audience as well. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, I completely agree. It provides interesting spaces. My question is, are you going to make the owner put a plaque at the front saying, this isn't just rotated for the heck of it. This is because there's it's mirroring what's beneath it. I don't think it's essential, actually. Like, I think it was a starting point for you, and I think you discovered some power in it and some spatial experience, which is quite strong. I don't think you need to rely on its kind of link to the geometries below, because I don't think you could. I don't think you could, in any meaningful way, convince people.
I agree with that, but I'm looking at the site plan right now, and the summit of the hill is a very palpable thing, and you drew this line. I actually think that in a sense, the geometry, I'm not drawing it properly, but to me, the geometry of the cubic building responds to the hilltop and its relationship to the water. And then this other piece could even rotate a little bit more to respond to the specific topography along the edge of the lake. You're pretty close already. And if you had rotated this light grid of mine excavations a couple of degrees, we would.
Who would have known? Who would have known?
But it looks like there's a pink one under there that would do what you want. Right there.
Yeah, exactly. You have several to choose from.
Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. Like the rotation could be a little more intense. So, because it's somewhere in between, probably given the scale of it, is it something that you're going to really perceive? Whereas if the pinch points in the plan, you know, like only 2 people could actually pass through that, like at one time, just to help with that intensity. And I was thinking about the light. I feel like light and shadow are the missing aspects of the representation. I think it seems like you tried to do it a little in the section with the tonal qualities, I guess, like the sky room being a little bit lighter, and then the deep cuts being a little bit darker gray. You know, I think if you have it doesn't even have to be a very detailed 3D model, you can actually take that clipping plane and actually project shadows in there and doing the same thing with the plans. I think would, because it's about highlighting obviously what is most significant, and making sure that we don't jump to all these other things. So I think like light and shadow play, if that could be an incorporated layer into the plans and sections, I think it would really, I think, just help drive home some of the things that that you're saying.
It could, I mean, you know, rotation amount is one thing. How close the corners get to the excavation walls is another. I mean, the moment where you pop into a rival space underneath the object could be a point where the corner gets so close to the outer wall that you can't fit through, and you can only go in, right? Go under the thing, and there's no window there. And then what that does is it creates a space between the object and the site that you can only access from the interior of the underneath of the object, right? You can't just walk all the way around this thing. And that's where you might get away with a big window, like with the cafe or something, that doesn't interrupt your reading of that thing as a solid. So, I mean, just, you know, really kind of playing with those eccentricities. Right now, it's kind of in the dead center and it's rotated a kind of timid amount, which I know as a geometry was given to you, but it's, you know, just really kind of playing up those differences. Or does the thing in the middle need to be a square? You know, it could be a quadrilateral that has a sharp corner or something.
You know, this could be such an amazing project. And it is an amazing project. It's just that the design development, because of where you are in your education, is not really fulfilling all of its promise yet. And that's just an observation. It's not really a criticism. But I'm looking at this image here, the perspective. And then I'm looking at this image right below it. And one of them is amazing. And the other one could be a mall in, you know, in a suburb somewhere. So it's a question of how to translate the power of the formal gesture in its purest sense, its diagrammatic sense, primarily perceived from its exterior form, into an interior realm. And so I would simply work on those things earlier in your next projects.
It's been quite a journey, Brandon.
Yeah.
I think this is a student that cannot be faulted for ever kind of taking a break. There was a constant kind of dialogue going on, and new work being produced literally daily in between studios. I would get texts and look at stuff. So, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. And I think, you know, if you in your third semester of design with a 4 to 5 week design phase, get to a project that's so powerful that we can imagine it being developed in multiple different streams, you know, given more architectural development and knowledge. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, you know. I think really the promise of what you've shown is the huge kind of accomplishment. And I've always been really taken with your project. I mean, I know that I've seen it in different ways, and took me a while to really penetrate your plans. They were far more elusive and kind of abstract. But the more that I understood your intentions, the more they came out clearly through the drawings. Frankly, the better the project got. It might not have always been the way that I would have fleshed it out, but that's even better. This idea of, having this huge cube, which in some ways stands for that salt pillar, right? And that you can never, it's actually, there's never an interior space. It's always, you're always on the periphery to one degree or another. I mean, I think that kind of is a really powerful aspect of this. And yet, through your many perspective views, you've sort of shown that you can still have compelling spaces even when you're restricted to the perimeter. You have a thin perimeter and a fat perimeter. So anyway, my hat's off to you. It's been a pleasure, Brandon, working with you. And I think you've always held on. You've always been willing to kind of explore and test and your own assumptions and your own ideas, but you've also sort of stuck to your guns when that was necessary. So good work. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So now we're moving to Antonia's project. We're back out on the water.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So, as you can see, I was mainly inspired by the old piers, the remnants of this industrial past that are on the lake. So they inspired me to make this building, that's structured with a grid of columns, and that sort of mimics that dock structure that would have been there in the past. So as you first enter on the first floor, there's the cafe, and then you enter the actual building itself. And right in that first floor is where I have most of the boring things, the office, the bathrooms. And then you go up a ramp to get to a very large gallery space from which you have a view out onto the lake. And then you go up a second ramp, which takes you to a small rooftop garden with a little bit of the display. It has the salt mine cage there. And then you go up the third ramp if you want to go to the archives, the video component. And yeah, that's the project.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, thank you.
What in your mind's the advantage of getting up high on this site like you are?
Nice view out onto the lake.
I'm looking at your section, Antonia, and I'm wondering about this fissure here. Could you describe what you're trying to do there a little bit more? You've taken this sort of repetitive these structural bays, extended them out into the water, but instead of dealing, and then developed this section through it, but instead of dealing with it as one form, you've created a bit of a split there. Did you describe why? I can't quite remember.
No, I didn't. The three buildings are sort of what I was trying to avoid was, just having them all right in perfect line with each other, because, the piers themselves, that are left behind, they aren't like that. They're a little bit messy. They don't all line up perfectly. So that was sort of I was trying to avoid that sort of perfection. In the
So your
building.
sense of the three buildings is that this and this, or am I misreading this?
No, I was excluding the cafe. So I guess there are 4 buildings.
Okay, I need to look back at your model.
For me, the 3 buildings would be this one, and this one.
Well, I'll just make one quick point and let others share their thoughts. If I were to imagine your entire project being that part of your building, do you see where I've just outlined in? I see a composition that seems to have some a beginning, a sort of middle, and an end. In other words, there's a piece that is about making a relationship into the earth, into the hillside. There's a structural system that gets developed, and it continues through the whole thing, but then clearly there's some hierarchy, particularly in terms of enclosure of the piece at the end. And then presumably, I mean, this could be longer or shorter, but then, and the sequence obviously would develop in terms of how one experienced the various facets of it. Where I get confused is this rupture here, and then all of a sudden this other sort of shed building in this instance, because this looks like a really important spot in your building, like that there would be just the most amazing window here, right? Is there? Isn't that an important spot? Do you see where I'm trying to outline in red? I'll get rid of all these lines later.
Oh, that top one. Yeah, I do see that.
Well, if I were sitting there, I would be looking at all of this roof. And, and I can't occupy it, I don't think.
No, you
and
can't.
It's a lot of, that's a lot of roofing membrane and gravel that I'm looking at in between me and the view. So what I'm trying to articulate is the notion of how you begin to orchestrate the experience across the point from you on the land, moving through in this transitional into some kind of a terminus. And I think right now that that joint and the relationship between the two parts is not yet successful. I'm sure there will be ways of making it more successful, but I don't think it's there yet. So I'll get rid of all of these little marks.
Yeah, it's a challenge. A similar thought has been going through my mind, less from the perspective of the experience and more from the perspective of the figure of the building in the larger landscape. Like when I look at your model, you're kind of giving, like I sort of asked this earlier, there was a scheme that had a pier and it had a series of pavilions along it. I was saying, well, why don't you just volumize the pier and occupy that? That's what you've kind of, that's what you've done. And I think quite nicely. When I look at your perspectives, when I kind of understand what's happening with the different ramps, I mean, it is a tremendous amount of circulation that you're building, but there are buildings like that. But when I look at it from the perspective of what is this thing as an object in the landscape, right? That I have similar questions about the massing strategy. Like there's this conversation at the beginning: is it 3 buildings or 4 buildings, or like it's this sort of it's not a singular thing. It's not a singular pier within which these spatial experiences are happening. It's sort of this hyphenated or articulated linear structure. And I guess I'm asking you, can you talk about your intentions for this thing as, let's just say someone who went to this site not to see the exhibits or go to their office in the building, but was just walking to see the plantation building and walking the gardens. Do you have intents about how this thing would communicate what it was or what it should be?
You mean like someone who's not going into the building, just who's observing it?
Yeah, like what is your idea about how this thing exists as an object within its larger context? Because you could have obviously masked this a lot of different ways, right? And still essentially had the same program layout and circulation and everything else.
Yeah. I guess, if you're not entering the building, you would just see it as a pier. I don't exactly know how to answer your question.
Well, I guess, if you think about even sort of the history of modernism, like when you have buildings that are articulated, there's different reasons architects do that. Sometimes it's a formal device. It's about wanting to articulate form. Sometimes it's about communication of program, like form follows function. I want you to be able to tell that there's an auditorium here, so there's a wedge-shaped piece of the building there, and it does, I think, require, like, when you take the approach of making a more articulate form, like of breaking this thing up into several different legible blocks within the bar of the plan that it occupies. I guess I'm just asking why. Like, why is this better than a singular thing? Or why should it not be 7 blocks? Or why should it not have other shapes in it? Like, why this as opposed to something else? Do you have a sense of?
No, I actually don't have a sense of why.
Well, this is an instance where on a longer project in a less disrupted semester, you would ideally have a set of iterative physical models that explored its formal structure, 4 or 5 different ways. Once as a kind of continuous figure where the structural bay is not just continuous in terms of its plan relationship, but in terms of the envelope that it creates. Once where it has a kind of, like a snake, it has a head and a middle and a tail. And then maybe others which perhaps emphasize its surface or roof plate as a place that you could walk out on, and then the building sort of exists below. And you might research pier structures in places like, Britain, where there's a rich typology, and there are some good ones in the US too. And then you develop a stronger position about that. But I think that what's important now is to understand that for all the strengths of your project, and there are many, there's still a kind of confusion about about what its formal structure is as an object on the land in relationship to these particular remnants, but also just as a thing in itself. But I will say there are a couple of moments which I'm kind of quite enjoying in your project. I think the perspective that is sort of the second from the bottom, where you see the ramp, you see some sense of a special place up above. Let's see this one here, this perspective. I get the sense of this canopy above me and then the structure coming down, and I'm out in the lake. It just feels like a lovely moment of this sort of fragile structural enclosure being out in the landscape. So I think that those kinds of moments are more successful than when I'm floating up above it, looking down on it as an object.
Right.
I completely agree. I really like it from the inside out. It's from the outside in that I have questions.
I see.
Yeah, one of the
except
things
for
that
the offices, which you called an unimportant space, and the offices don't get to occupy an exterior wall, and those are the only people who are going to be there all day, every day. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Those of us who don't have offices anymore feel a sense of nostalgia and romance about the notion of a desk, a chair, a lamp, a bookcase.
Yeah, there's a lot of longing for those simple pleasures.
One of the things that I've thought about a lot this semester, having not taught in second year for a while, and specifically not with this new focus, is like, what does it mean to explore things in section, I guess, and whether or not that always is really just about vertical circulation, or there are other things that can really be studied and investigated a little bit further. Like I was also thinking that like there's probably a different way to program the skin or the repetitive nature of the framing element, which has a more dense field relative to the sky than on the sides, and that may have been about controlling the sun that kind of comes down through the top, but also allowing you to have these expansive views out from the side that you can take, like programming that system, whether it's the depth of the system or the density of the system, that I think can be a really strong sectional investigation that isn't really about like vertical circulation. And I think bringing that up because it seems like that was the sectional move for you, was the meandering ramp that eventually brought you up to this to the third level, I guess. And whether or not that view is very different than the one that's on like the second level or even the first level, especially when you're projected out over a body of water and you're kind of looking at like the depth of what you're looking at everything's pretty far off in the distance, I guess. So I do think there are ways that you could really program the framework around the thing and the density and the depth of it to set up a lot of variation in the atmosphere that could be really just as powerful as like being higher and potentially being able to look out a little bit further. Like the whole notion of it could be derived from like how trees filter light, and then you could also really think about like what the orientation of all of those elements have around the perimeter of this thing. Sometimes they may be kind of perpendicular to the building, sometimes they may be oblique, and that kind of changes as you walk by this really long extended bar. And it could be the thing that sets up how you start to punch openings, rather than the openings are always these kind of small rectangles that are confined, that are kind of centered, I guess, within the structural bay that you've set up. But I think you could use that the tectonic language of that to really, you could gain a lot more ground with like really pushing that as a sectional study. And maybe it's not really about vertical circulation.
I think in many ways, Antonia, this project is, I mean, of course, you and I know what happened first, second, third, fourth, and how we got here.
Right.
And then ran out of time and started doing amazing drawings to show what we had. It was quite different. There was sort of it was much more of a static section, I would say. Earlier on, there were sort of two-story buildings stacked front and back of this pier with this sort of open pier space in between. And over time, the kind of idea of slippage and more of a kind of really circulation driven architectural promenade placement of these interior volumes was the driver from mid-review on. But I do think that there's a stage that we've landed at, which is nascent for the next and final maybe iteration, where, because I think one thing, you were asked what was the big idea kind of here, and you said you weren't really sure, but I think what's always been part of this project was this idea of a pretty open pavilion. There was this idea of always going in and then out again, and in and out again, that there was never this feeling of just a kind of a rigid interiority to your project.
Right.
And that you were almost always on this pier, and if you were inside a volume or a space or a room, you would be going out again soon to get to the next one. And so, but I'm haunted by Judy's critique of the view from the last highest space that looks out on the roof deck. And I'm just wondering, with that, and coupled with Charles's most recent comments, if whether, the idea of the roof garden, which really started to penetrate and form your scheme late within the last week or so, right?
Yeah.
And latter perspectives. And then you're thinking about how you end that long sequence. I mean, I'm really wondering what would have happened if one of these really dipped down, so that objectionable roof that Judith pointed out could have almost been a kind of a forest, a patch forest on the roof, a sunken volume. So maybe there was even more sectional territory that could have been claimed. But again, I feel like the level of, I'm really happy that we have such great reviewers, because they're challenging you all in a way beyond your gears. And it shows the level of sophistication and clarity of your projects, that you're being challenged to think even further about what they can do and why they're doing what they're doing. I think you've got a great project here, Antonia, and it's so clearly developed that it is, again, giving us these ideas, these prompts about where it would go from here and other possibilities.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Ignacio, we're right next door to you here.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ignacio, and this is my project. So Jefferson Island is a geological gem south of Lafayette, Louisiana. The site became infamous in the year 1980 after a salt mining disaster that created a sinkhole in Lake Peigneur. Within Jefferson Island, the hilltop site best serves this project purpose, given that it poses the highest point of the island and allows me to work within its geography. My project is an attempt to reflect the monumentality of the operations that took place below ground. As such, I embedded a large portion of the structure within the hill itself. In addition, my precedents are the Fishing Museum and the Tolo House, where I got the idea of implementing a cantilever and placing the programs in different levels, making the way down the building. The cantilever allows the monumentality of the mine to be represented from both inside and outside the structure. And now I can take you through my project, through the plans. Yeah. So first you will enter the building through the lobby, which is the highest level of the building. In the lobby, you will find two ways to make your way through the building, which are by elevators and by stairs. By taking the stairs, you will have a great view of Lake Peigneur from different height levels. As you make your way down to the second floor, on the right, you will find yourself in the entrance of the video room, and on the left, there will be another set of stairs in the interior of the building, where there will be balconies in each level. So the gallery area can be appreciated in different perspectives. When continuing your way down to the third floor, a reading room will be placed on the right of the exterior stairs, where there will be places to sit down and enjoy the view from the terrace. In the fourth floor and last, you will find the main entrance of the gallery and the entrance of the cafe, which are connected by a terrace facing Lake Peigneur. And that's all.
So to some degree, the heart of your project initiated with, to some degree, trying to replicate this great hall within the salt mines in your great hall of your gallery space, right?
Yeah. So I started with a whole like an entire structure with no windows to emphasize the salt, the big walls inside the salt mine. But then I started.
But then the program came along, and you were like, "What do I do with that?" Right?
Ended up adding all the programs on the right, trying to do something similar to the Tolo House, or like the same idea.
Is the the image above the salt mine image,
Yeah,
your project at an earlier stage, or what is that?
no, that's a project Professor Wendy sent to me, and I liked it a lot, and it took a big impact in my work. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a photograph of a model, right?
Yeah, it's a model.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is not a
I think,
model, but this is. You talking about this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sort of quick dumb question. I'm looking at your site plan and I'm having trouble. I'm seeing lots of interesting things on it, but I don't know where your building is on the
Yeah, I was
site.
gonna ask the same thing.
Site plan? It's below.
Look at there's another site
Yeah,
plan
there's another one.
to the left, all the way there.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
The other one is like the study site plan, the one with
Okay, got it.
And then the really simple model that's the plane with the tube sticking out of it is your model, right?
No.
No?
I ended up I didn't do any model. That's like a party model that we did at the beginning of the project, which
No, I know, but you built that. Like that was the idea.
Yeah, I built that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Wendy already hinted at it, but I mean, you see the big difference between the precedent that Wendy gave you and what you've done is that there's a clear distinction between the main pavilion in that model and the topography and the rest of the program, which feels more like a part of the land.
Yeah.
Right. And you have a very clear pavilion, so you might have done that part pretty well. But then the other things next to it, the program, as Wendy referred to it as, are just a bunch of little pavilions next to the big pavilion. Right. It's a very different approach than the precedent. And I'm not totally sure that the just completely mimicking the precedent would have solved the problem, because I think there would have been some other issues that emerged. But I kind of wish you had fought a little harder for that early model that you built, just the tube sticking up out of the hill. Like, what other options do you have? I mean, what if all the other program was buried and there were just a series of like slots and holes and skylights that let light down into those support spaces underneath, and the only thing you really saw actually was this tube sticking up out of the hill?
Yeah.
It feels like at some point you kind of, you were able to suspend your disbelief for the first week of the project, and then you're kind of like, well, but really it's got to be a building. And then just kind of gave in, because where you've ended up, just not to be too direct, but it's not nearly as compelling as that initial idea.
Yeah. I started with all the programs underneath the ground, but I was told from on one of my reviews, like to have them outside or something like that, like so light could come in and wouldn't be like so boring to be always inside.
Yeah, I mean, it probably, sometimes you get bad advice on reviews. That's one thing to keep in mind. And there also maybe just being a little more inventive about how you can solve the problem that a comment on a review that doesn't make sense to you, or that you think forces you to completely change tact. Maybe it doesn't actually. Maybe there's a way to create a series of courtyards in the landscape that have a ton of exterior wall that let in a ton of light, that make very generous spaces that are located and proportioned in a way, located in relation to and proportioned in a way that they don't distract from the main object, right? Just really finding a way to do that. Or maybe like one of the earlier projects we saw where you had the object in the excavation. There's a larger hole that this thing lives in, that allows the sunken program to kind of open to exterior spaces that are in between the object and the hill. I think there's probably, a half dozen or more ways you could have handled it, that would have solved that problem from the critique, but allowed you to keep a clear idea. Because you've pushed, you've solved so many problems and pushed this thing so far from that original idea that you really kind of need to reboot and just look for the actual idea of the project at this point, because I think it's been obscured by all these
that
other
could
things.
Yeah, but that could be a new discovery too. Like I guess my position on the Part T is that it happens early on with a certain level of informed or nuanced understanding of things and maybe the complexities of program, and whether or not the party is even the same thing by the time you get to the end, or it is a kind of a new idea. I mean, I like the fact that it kind of is, it has this, I think, a counterpoint that does offer up a pretty, it sets up a pretty complex sectional relationship. Like you have the boxes that kind of cascade down the hill, which I also think is, I'll say, a relatively lighter touch on the hill than some of the previous projects. Obviously, the large perpendicular bar that cuts is kind of the counterpoint to that, because that's probably the most intense way that you could cut into a hill. And I think you could probably let this thing bleed out a little bit. If I'm drawing on some of these plans where these roof planes start to kind of extend a little bit further into the landscape, so they don't necessarily have to have that like very rigid edge. And I think that would probably be even just pretty nice to where really anywhere you are, you could kind of like exit, or you could kind of like wander off into the hillside. It does suggest a pretty nice relationship to the ground plane of the hill that allows you to kind of break off at all these points, which I appreciate. I even like the popping into the main gallery space like a little bit as you're going down, because you don't really get to enter it until you're at the bottom. Is that right?
Yeah.
I even think that that little buildup of that moment is kind of nice, just how that using the vertical circulation as a thing to kind of bridge across between those two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's like the glazing of the overall, I guess there's kind of like a little bit of an identity crisis with the long bar, where it's, to use our language, like kind of half stereotomic, half tectonic. Like if it's in the hill, it's concrete, but then whenever it turns to glass, it becomes this completely different system. So I do think like in and of itself, it probably could use a little bit more clarity and resolution. Like it could, looking at the axon, it could primarily be all concrete with punched openings or really thin openings or something like that. It doesn't have to be all glass. It could be a little bit more like inwardly focused, rather than just saying, like if it's not in the earth, it has to be like blown out and it has to be transparent glass.
Yeah, it like on the other side, I did something similar than what you're talking about, of having like poked holes on the walls to get natural light in. I don't know if I think on the first
I
one
can see it.
It can be seen on the second too. So you were talking of something like that to have instead of like an entire glass wall.
Yeah, you could just think of this, like if this is its own like discrete object, kind of like the party diagram, right? Like this thing is a very pure solid thing. You could treat it all as one material that you kind of carve away from, in which case you might not blow out half of it and just put in all glass, but you might treat it as something that you're carving away from, and then you have the concrete that gives you structural support as well. So that's one way you could approach that piece, and maybe the others, they are more just kind of like these horizontal roof planes. It's like they're horizontal roof plane ground conditions more than they are little boxes.
Yeah.
Well, every project has a certain kind of trajectory, but I really feel that the fundamental problems here are the relationship between the elements and the land, and it's just not resolved. Right now, the most prominent piece is that little entry cubicle that pops up above the honorific roof, or the important volume that Charles was outlining, which clearly should be the most important volume. Yet this little hut comes up, and then that breaks down the whole logic of the elements on that side being part of the land. And the way you formed them and not allowed them to filter into the land by creating a series of abrupt walls that separate them from the sense of continuity with the topography, sort of breaks the idea apart. So, you could have a glass wall, or you could have openings, you could do any number of things. But to me, the larger issue is how you develop the partie of how this building sits as a figure on the land, and how people would experience it both from within and without. But it's, I'm not sure. I have a hard stop at about 5:20, Wendy, so I don't know.
No, I think we should move. I think we should move on. I think we've had a pretty good discussion of this project, Ignacio, and you know how I feel about it. I think you have tremendous skill and talent, but the lack of multiple iterations and resolution of your project are simply reflective of the fact that you kind of come and go, and there are reasons for that, I'm sure. But I think if you really hunkered down and committed yourself to being there and developing your project day by day consistently without big absences in between, you could be really good at this. I mean, you have the talent, you have the skill, but I think it's about the level of commitment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Leandra. When is your heart stop, Judith?
Well, sometime before 5:30, I hope.
I hope so too. We have 2 more projects, and so I think we can make that happen. Even with, I think we can make that happen. Leandra.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. So I'm Leandra. So my main precedent was the Wenkong Earthquake Museum, if you can go in the little small photos up in the left. I was really fascinated with the idea of the sunken concept, as I wanted to focus my project on the underground salt mines. So I took the excavated design and I paired it with the geometry of the salt mine from above, which is this grid-like pattern, to create 3 paths that meet up at a central point that is actually the old mine shaft that was used to access the salt mines. Yes, the square in the middle. My site used to be a site for salt production, so I chose to use weathered metal as the main material for all my retaining and interior walls to get more of an industrial feel. There are 3 ramps that meet at the central mine shaft, as I said. These ramps all have different slopes depending on the surrounding elevations. I did have to raise the topography in order to fully submerge the building, so the topography is different from the original site. Along these pathways, there are important objects that are related to the salt mine that are being exposed. There is a salt cart and an elevated hoist cage, for example. There is also crossover bridges that are used to create better circulation for the people who are walking above, and shade for the people in the paths down below. So the first pathway leads to the lobby and the office spaces. If you can zoom in on the perspective, that bottom right, smaller one. Yes, that one. You can see the bridge in the distance and a slight texture change on the right. Because interior spaces are all underground, I couldn't add typical windows, so I had to create these metal mesh facades that allowed for natural light to enter from the pathways. I also added 2 types of skylights so that people can look down from above. I think you accidentally X'd out of concept or moved away.
She'll get back.
Hey, Wendy, you're also muted.
Oh yeah, yes, you are.
Hold on.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Completely, but we're not on the right board. What happened to the board? So sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
That's all right. We're looking at it on our own
Yeah, we
concept
can see
boards
it
while you
on
find it
our
again.
All right, well, why don't you keep
Okay.
talking, Leandra, and I will get that board back somehow.
Okay. So where was I? Okay, yes. So the interior spaces. I had to create 2 different skylights to enter light from above. So the first one, if you see the perspective, there are these cuts in above. That's the first type. And then the second, I don't really know where you guys are, but if you go up diagonally from that perspective, you can see there's a light coming from the left side. There's like this salt dome in the middle. And that's actually a courtyard that is not accessible, but lets light in from above. And if you go back to the plan, you're going to see this L-shaped pathway, and that is designated for gallery spaces. And there are 3 different spaces as you move along. There are entrances at different points throughout the path. And then the outermost pathway that leads to the cafe, outdoor seating area, and a walkway that extends over onto the water, as shown in my section. All these pathways open up to an interactive mine shaft that is actually made out of glass. So that's why it's reflected in the main perspective. And you're able to look down into the shaft and experience it from above. And that's it. That's my project.
Do you want to key in just the sections, like where is the entry and which one is which?
Yes. So that big one in the middle, that's a cut. They're all the lines on the plans, but that's the central cut down the main one that goes straight from where you start and where the water is.
So you
and the
enter
top
up here, and
Yes.
end at, this is the cafe off at
Yes.
the end. Okay.
Entering is not the right word. I think there's 2 pathways that you can enter from, but that's what I would consider the main pathway from Jefferson, the Jefferson House and the parking lot. Like you come from that area. But that top right smaller perspective, that's a cut through the lobby and through. So that's basically what you see when you first enter the top elevation. The left one is next to that one is a section cut of one of the L. So it's parallel to the longer one. It's a smaller arm pathway, you want to call it. And the bottom one is perpendicular to the 2 other ones. That's the gallery spaces that I cut into.
So when I'm at the cafe, am I looking at your section? It almost looks like I'm like 30 feet above the water. Is that, or maybe not 30, but 25, 20, 25?
Yeah, it's a pretty steep elevation. Just because the bottom part of the island is like, it's not very flat. So I didn't want to go down too low because then it would be difficult to have a path that you'd be able to connect to back to the top. So I didn't go all the way down to the water, but there is a railing around it.
Yeah,
Does the
I'm obviously
geometry
from. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Siska.
I was just going to make the quick point. It's a little hard, not being so familiar with the site, it's a little hard to understand where these paths are relative to the other significant existing conditions on the site. Like I see the water's edge, but it's hard. Like
if you see
primary
that
section.
map right there, there's a map that's a photograph. It's underneath. It's the black and white one. Yeah. So the industrial site is. Yeah, if you zoom in, there's this, I'm not sure if you can really see the mine shaft, but the mine shaft is where that white big slab is, somewhere around there. And it's facing, my building is facing up, basically. So facing that way, yes. So that's where it's going off onto the water.
Kind of like this. It's like a little diagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I'll dive in if I hope I'm not offending anyone by doing that. Well, I'm just looking at your sections and your perspectives. That's not all I'm looking at, but I'm looking at those 2 things and I am all in. I think this is an incredibly beautiful concept that has been developed pretty well from the exterior sequence view of the, as seen in the perspectives, I have no idea what it's like as a building and as a landscape right now. In other words, I feel like you're telling us part of the story and that you haven't had quite a chance to flesh out the rest of the story, which probably is pretty much worked out. Although I think we do probably have some questions about how this works as a building with internal gallery spaces, et cetera. But I guess for me, I think what you really are lacking is a axon that tells the story simply. Your axon is kind of difficult because it's exploded, I think. And so what I want to see is how you've reshaped the hill. But the idea of taking the passage from the existing house, from the hillside, going past the mine shaft, continuing out towards the lake, and suspending yourself 30 feet up in the air over the lake sounds great. And then having another sequence that leads in the other direction and could lead to a path into the peninsula, also great. But it's a little murky what happens in some of the other interstitial areas, I think.
Is the geometry of are the geometries of the cuts in the land based upon the salt mine below? Or
yes. So there's
that.
a smaller plan in the front. The line weights are off just because that's concept board, but in the smaller plan you can see lightly the grid
Gotcha.
of the salt mine, and so I based off the pathways from that.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting project. I think getting down into the earth and then still coming out and being high above the water would be a really interesting experience for people. I think that those models in the upper right, I think they're physical models where there's this kind of perfect edge between the walls of the incisions in the ground and the surface of the earth is really beautiful. It reminds me of like Beverly Pepper's sculpture, her earthworks that she does. And that's the way you've kind of rendered it, where there's no landscape visible above the top of the wall. And I imagine this kind of perfect corner between, grass or forest floor or whatever, and the walls. The tapers are nice. I mean, there's a lot going for it. The one thing for me that really jumps out to me, it's a little bit like what Judith said, is just there's so much of it that's the same. Like there's just these long, almost hallways in the ground that don't seem to have a real different experience or even enough kind of jewels along the necklace, so to speak, for me to really ascertain whether or not it's a good experience. And so to me, that would be the only thing I would challenge. And I wonder if you haven't done too much of it, I wonder if you don't want more of it to be covered where it's not open to the sky all the time. And you have these like moments where you're in kind of a dark tunnel, and then you have these moments where you pop out into a space that has an opening to the sky. Some of the better renderings, in my opinion, are of more enclosed spaces. Thinking of the upper right small one and the lower left small one, right? And they lead me to believe that having these moments of more coverage, of a more punctuated type of light rather than a broad open trench all the time wouldn't be a little stronger. But otherwise, from just a conceptual standpoint, location on the site, relationship to topography, the water, the few moments like those more interiorized renderings that you've done, I think, and your attempt to represent materials and think about materials, I think it's very very compelling.
What I was struggling with is just trying to understand. It's essentially a series of pathways that intersect, and I still don't really understand how it intersects with the network of pathways that are not your project, right? The non-subtractive pathways, like the way you approach it, how you actually get into that beginning of that section. I guess it's down here somewhere. I can't draw. Let's see. Like is this where you enter the actual project? Tip most people would.
Yeah. So there's an existing path there, and I extended it all the way to the left. So it's basically like a loop. But the line weight isn't really showing up in the little smaller ones.
Yeah, I believe you. I just like that's the one I'm missing, like a zoom. zooming out and kind of understanding how this thing knits into the circulation system of the larger site. So that's one point. And the other is conceptually, what's actually really interesting for me about your project is conceptually you are doing two things that I think are quite at opposite ends of the spectrum. Neither of which I'm critical of. One is your project is essentially a subtractive formal mode, right? You're excavating these chasms out of the landscape so that your project actually doesn't have much of a physical presence from the exterior on the site, right? It's almost completely subtractive exercise. But the way you're doing that, if I understood what you said correctly, is you're actually doing it by adding, 15 or 20 feet of fill to the top of the site so that the access to the mine shaft, which is now at ground level, is actually now down at floor level, as you see in your perspective right here.
Yeah,
right.
I did have
fill. So yeah, I think that's fine. But it opens up a whole series of really interesting questions. Like this is a site that's been heavily manipulated, right?
Wait, sorry, it's not all filled. I had to fill some of the. No. Okay. I started at the top. That's the normal elevation, and then on the side there was a hill, and I had to add on the hill just to block out the retaining walls. But I started. Most of it is already there. I just had to add land in certain areas. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not critical of that. In fact, one of the things.
I think you have enough fill to add. Yeah, you cut a lot. I think you got plenty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which has all sorts of interesting repercussions for the site when you think about the site across time, right? And I was going to say, obviously the site's already been heavily manipulated. And so I'm in favor of kind of bold moves on the site. But it does mean that where you filled, those trees that you've drawn in your axon probably won't be there in significant size until 30 or 40 years from now. And, I think, this is a beyond your responsibility, I think, for this level of at this point in your career. But I think if you're working with a landscape architect, it might be interesting to see a series of diagrams, what the site was, 100 years ago, what it is now, what it will be right after the construction, what it will be 30 years after the construction. Like there is actually an interesting series of issues brought up by this kind of the way you're kind of thinking about this project, which is interesting because they're a little bit at odds, like the kind of formal kind of idea of subtraction to minimize the presence of this thing on the site, but the addition of significant amounts of fill. It's not something we often deal very well with. Like we tend to show projects in their kind of finished state, and very often projects of any kind involve considerable scarring, for lack of a better word, to the terrain or the landscape that takes some time to heal. And so I think that could be something that could be foregrounded in your kind of explication of the project if you were interested in that kind of condition that I think could be quite compelling.
Yeah, really quickly. So the site that I actually chose is all concrete because it used to be industrial. So there aren't that much many trees, which is why I didn't really want to get rid of that many trees. So it was nice that this whole area had already been built on and been destroyed, if you could say it. So I just kind of wanted to bring that back. So yeah, the trees wouldn't be fully grown, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't get rid of too much. So yeah.
Well, they would be fully grown eventually, like in the scale of site manipulations like this, maybe 30 or 40 years is not that long a time, right? A 30, 40-year-old tree is a pretty big tree.
Yeah.
This said everything I was going to say. So, so second that.
Excellent. Thank you, Leandra.
Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least is Noah.
Hello, good afternoon. All right, I'll get started. So this concept reimagines the industrial footprint that once dominated Jefferson Island by mimicking the built nature of the railroad tracks and the salt mine factory. The railroad now acts as a walking path through the island, connecting the existing path structure from the building to the more wooded peninsula. The building is reminiscent of the shape of the old factory, and has an industrial aesthetic with a steel frame tower, plain retaining wall base, and an entry tunnel similar to how the trains used to enter Jefferson Island. The distance from the start of the tunnel to the building entrance is the length of a freight train, and as the visitor continues down the path, they pass a window wall with views into the first gallery, and then the tunnel roof transitions into a crystal-like form, creating little holes of light and shadow. The exterior of the building is a simple stone stereoatomic box on 3 sides, and the steel frame coppered panel tower resembles the Jefferson Island Salt Company headquarters, which offered the best views in South Central Louisiana. The tower features a stair shaft in the middle with exposed framing and open air on all sides, recalling the ascent and descent of the mine shaft and raw industrial history of the site. The copper paneling is inspired by Gigon Guyer's Parc Calcris and is implemented to emphasize specific views during the ascent and represent the destruction of the building. This paneling and gridded system continues down the back facade, where the open gaps are replaced by glass and frosted glass, and the arrangement is carefully chosen based on rooms that can take natural light or not. The mine shaft elevator is reused as an industrial style elevator that runs from the bottom floor to the top of the tower and offers views. And atop the tower, the visitor is rewarded with 360-degree views of the island, lake, and extended surroundings. On the interior, the guest is greeted by the reception slightly to the right, a view to the lake and straight ahead, and the first gallery space on their left. The main feature of the building is a 3-story void, symbolizing a mine room with a salt wall that spans the height of one side. A wide staircase wraps around this void and brings the visitor to the video room and reading room on the second floor, and the larger gallery space and cafe on the bottom floor. From the cafe, one may exit to a back courtyard with extra seating and stairs that go down to a waterside dock. Thank you.
So do I understand correctly that you're going to leave or rebuild the train tracks, and you're actually going to walk along those tracks? That's the primary entrance to the building?
Correct. And there would be like gravel in between the tracks. It's not like
yeah
a hard path to walk. Yeah.
But essentially, I'll come underneath that canopy, and then there'll be a door in the side of your building. That's how I actually get in.
Correct. You can kind of see the tracks running along the building in the top right perspective, or in that perspective too.
Well, this kind of harkens back to one of the earlier projects that we saw, maybe it's the second one or the third one, that was located roughly in this location and had developed a kind of simple and elegant bar, and then had developed a kind of cross axis to it. What you're doing is developing a lateral zone of movement, which in this case quite literally recalls the railroad tracks. It's something that I was sort of calling for before, but certainly ties into the sort of rhythms of this part of the site, where you could go out to the peninsula by following in that direction, or visit run along the shoreline and see some of the other aspects of the original footprint of the mine by going in the other. I think where your project, so, I'm liking your project as an idea. I think the section and some of the models are quite lovely. I think right now, I think that the challenge is the relationship between this lower building and this tower-like element. And right now they don't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be clear. Like if you look at this perspective here where the man is glancing up at the tower in his overalls, there are two different or elements, two different tectonics, two different organizations. But then if I look at, maybe it's a study model in the lower part, from the lake side, the tectonics are coming down from the whole north facing side, it's some sort of curtain wall is kind of coming up, or else, in other words, it's blurring the line. And so I wonder and it also formally, it's creating a flush line rather than articulating itself as being distinct. In other words, if you think of a barn and a tower, a silo, those two things, or a church and a steeple, often those things have separate ways of meeting the ground so that they don't shmoo together so much. They have distinctions. And so obviously you're recalling the historic head frame of the mining operation, almost any mining operation that needed a head frame kind of hoist, but you're doing it in a way which feels sculptural and inventive and acts as a destination. I think it would be quite lovely to be way up there and look across this very flat landscape, not just at the lake, but out to the west, that flatness that you can see in the drone, when you're looking at some of the drone videos, are amazing. So I'm liking your project, but I think that lower building needs a bit, the relationship, I think, needs more exploration.
Yeah, I actually think on that same vein, a lot of the clues you should be looking for are in that precedent you referenced. I'm realizing I probably pronounced the name of that firm wrong. I've always said Gigon Geyer, but whatever. Your pronunciation sounded much more French. Do you mind zooming in on that, Wendy? My concept boards crashed on me, but that's a really beautiful project. And the one two major distinguishing things about it in comparison to yours is the expression of structure and skin is consistent throughout in both the horizontal piece and the vertical piece. And the vertical piece is at one end of the structure, not in the middle. And I think both of those things, in both of the choices you made that are different than that, are the things that are most difficult about your project right now. You really kind of have three pieces. You have this saddlebag entry thing. You have the larger stereotomic, stone piece or whatever it's made out of, and then you have this tower, and the tower is wedged right in the middle of that more solid piece, which renders it not solid. And as Judith was kind of saying, on the north side, it looks exactly like the tower, so then it looks just as thin as paper, right? And so there's just a lot of confusion in that regard. I think actually moving the tower to the west end of the project would make a lot more sense from a processional standpoint, where you kind of pass by all the supporting stuff and get to the tower at the end. I think at the very least, having the entry saddlebag piece be the exact same expression as the tower would work, and maybe the whole project has the exact same kind of structural expression and way of making enclosure for the project. So, you've picked an excellent precedent. The other thing I really noticed about that precedent is the scale of the space at the top of their tower is perfect. And yours, you get up there and kind of wind your way through this erector set sort of tower, and you get up there and there's like a 40-foot ceiling or something. And there's some crazy scale that doesn't quite make it feel like this lookout moment, right? It's proportionally kind of odd. So I think just studying that, it needs a lot more work. So I think in many ways what I'm saying is the object itself is pretty problematic, but I think where it's sited, how you arrive at it, retracing the path of the railroad. I wouldn't make it the actual railroad. I'd just make it a path where the railroad was probably. All and the sequence of events you're going to be experiencing, I think, are all really, really strong. It's just finding the kind of perfect architecture to support it.
Thank you.
And it sounds like I'm saying just do what they did. But in all seriousness, in your third semester, you could do a lot worse than finding a
could do
great
worse.
precedent and trying to do it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, you don't, I mean, you don't know much yet. I still don't know much. I've been practicing for years. It's like, we look at precedent all the time in the office and we're like, shit, that hasn't happened in North Carolina before. Let's try something like that. And so, you know, you can do that sometimes if you really find something that works for you. I think I just cussed live on YouTube. It's late in the day. My apologies.
This is a really beautiful physical model that you made, though. I mean, I really want to commend you on its detail. I don't know if it was seen as a study model or a final model, but boy, as a study model, getting into the qualities of the skin and its rhythm, it's really nice.
Thank you.
I love the section through the tower. I think when I look at your plans on the tower kind of disappears completely. I mean, it does a little bit in the massing, but in the plans, I feel like the presence of a 8-story or whatever it is, you know, 60-foot high tower would manifest itself a little bit more in those lower level plans, right? Even if it was just structure, I feel like you ought to see it. And it kind of took me a long time to figure out that there was another level beneath. I mean, I know it's right there in your section, but I almost wish that the sectional engagement with the lower level didn't just happen inside the building. Like, I feel like the lateral approach is an opportunity for maybe an opportunity for sectional engagement outside of the building. Like, I could see a version of this where part of this, you know, out here somewhere actually was excavated, and maybe even the canopy, the entry canopy, somehow engaged that. I don't think it needs to be I don't think in this case this is better as something that's only discovered after the fact. Those are relatively minor quibbles. I do think that there's a lot of intelligence going on in this project, and maybe I'm less troubled by the contrast between the stereoatomic and the tectonic element, but I feel like, yeah, the model and the section are really both convincing, and so I see those as minor tweaks.
You could go all the way out to the point on the upper path and then turn back and end up down by the water and come in the lower level, right? So you've got this kind of big site switchback that engages both levels. Could be really nice.
Is it important to your project that that this wall, let's see if I can, looking at your plan right now, but it's really obvious in your perspective that wall be solid? Because in the perspective, if we kind of move back to the guy in his overalls where he's looking, it seems like that the orchestration of the path, the entry, and this surface could be explored a lot more. I mean, maybe there needs to be a wall that continues the height of this entry point that somehow maybe has apertures in it, and then over that wall or through it, you can see glazing and maybe a sense of what's going on in the museum, or I don't know. Sometimes perspectives become important design tools because they're telling you that there's a distraction or a viewpoint, or what, you know, they're development tools, not just artifacts that occur after you've designed it.
It's a pretty boring view for him at the start. It's not very important that it's solid to me.
A lot of great comments, and actually, Noah, I mean, I think following up on some of particularly what Matt was saying earlier, is that your project was almost, of course, we get frozen in time when the deadline comes. Whatever trajectory there was just gets kind of stopped, and we get a snapshot of where you are at that point. But I think this idea of the sensibility of the tower, your interest in this kind of light gauge, you know, really fine framing that was inspired by the industrial headgear building from the past, et cetera. I mean, it was in the process of overtaking more and more of the kind of language of the building. It sounds to me like it could have gone even further, and it might have, given more time. There was a real kind of, I don't know, maybe a week ago, a real schism between the monolithic portion of the building, which was retaining earth for a portion, but really was solid up above that level as well, when it didn't necessarily need to be. And then the tower, which was this really light kind of filigree thing. And I think more and more the tower has sort of been winning the battle and kind of investing in a way the solid peak to the benefit of the project. So it's interesting to think about what could have happened if it had actually been even more pervasive, and you really just had stereotomic heavy walls where you actually need them when they're almost invisible and just retaining the earth. But I want to compliment you on, tackling, I mean, Cisco pointed to this a little bit, which is that there is a degree of, there's a degree of simplicity of turning to poured in place concrete or something like that, a monolithic material, to deal with structure and closure and everything else. And I think you really, you bit off a huge challenge here, but you were committed to it, which was to really explore the framing, the cross bracing, et cetera, of this type of building, of this sort of light frame building. And I really appreciate the tenacity with which you took that on, and you were never scared away from it, even when it got to like building the Rhino model of it. And every single member, we had to talk about how would your stair be built and how would the stair be supported in the middle of the tower. And, I mean, I gave you what I could do, not my area of expertise, but I think that, you were really, really thoughtful and really thorough and kind of dogged almost in figuring this out. You never let it go. It never became too much and more convenient to just, say, oh, well, it's concrete, So I admire that. It's probably the most explicit frame building, if not the only one in the studio, other than to some degree the pier building. So I really appreciated having this in the mix. Reviewers, it's 5:27 and I feel like I must let you go, but honestly, it's been a wonderful, really rich afternoon. I've learned a lot. The students I know have learned a lot. I feel like you've spoken up to them, so they need to be reaching toward you like the sun, which is good. Better to speak above than to speak down to. And I can't imagine a better sort of and more thorough and respectful series of comments. And I won't keep you any longer. If you have anything else to say, you may. Otherwise, you can say it's Miller time and go. But thank you so much for taking the time and applying so much thought and intelligence to these projects.
Really a wonderful set of projects. And I really want to commend the students and the critic because I think that each project had a very strong idea, and obviously there could be more development. We know that, but the diversity and the clarity of intention was very palpable. So I'm going to duck away and say, great to see everyone.
Hi, Judith.
Bye-bye, Judy.
Bye. Thank you all.
I'm not going to say a lot. I wish our students at this level were doing this level of work. I mean, I think it was easier to forget this afternoon that that this wasn't junior, senior level work, to be honest. And so that's a credit, as Judy said, mostly to the students, but we'll give Wendy a little credit too. Professor Redfield, sorry.
Well, I'm fine being Wendy to you. That's fine. That works.
Yeah, and I also enjoyed the afternoon. It was really good. I was going to say the same thing, that for third semester work, especially, this was a really enjoyable afternoon. the ability to talk about site strategies, different kind of applications of structure, stereotomic form, tectonic form. I mean, it's really beautiful stuff. So you guys have accomplished a lot, and the project is just so exciting. And I hope students, you'll appreciate that. Maybe if you don't now, you will later, but the number of things you had to think about and respond to that were compelling and beautiful from a historical perspective, from a topographic perspective, just what an amazing project. And just to remind you all, the reason you get to do all these cool projects in school is to get really, really, really good at latching on to things about what's already in the places you're working, and find a way to kind of coax even more out of it and create an experience. You won't always have projects like that when you get out and practice. In fact, you probably never will. But you'll be at least really good at identifying what's important about a project and what's beautiful about a place, and finding a way to make something special out of that. And so you did a good job of that today.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the biggest thing I've seen in the studio, and it's been a great studio, I've made no bones about heaping praise on the students just because it's been so fun to work with you all every day, is that, you're all, you're really committed and you're all curious. And so each of your imaginations finds different things to chase. And, that kind of leads me on this wonderful magical mystery tour every day. It's really exciting. There's not a single person in this studio. And again, I've taught many, many studios, and I've taught this particular project now 3 times. And I feel like there's often, those who just, they're looking for, oh, that's a nice party, I'll do a kind of version of that. And there are just no 2 projects that are alike in this. There are common interests and preoccupations that have driven many of your projects, but it's really hard to say that any 2 of them are similar beyond the most basic kind of influences that you drew from the site. So it's been fun. It's been really fun. Thank you, Matt. Charles, did you want to say anything else? I'm going to see you and your people on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll just sound like a broken record, I think, with some of the other comments. I was talking to I think Professor Lyles about this the other day, that like the level of complexity I think in this studio is it certainly far exceeds anything I did when I was in 2nd year. I think we did an artist studio that was about like 500 square foot, kind of like what we all did in the spring last semester. So it's pretty mind blowing. And I think like one of the things that I used to always get frustrated too, because I felt like I would learn so much in a studio and then I couldn't apply it maybe for like another year. Like that's how long it took for it to like the gestation process. So I hope that all of the discussions today about projects potential, that y'all take that in a really positive light, because we're just kind of getting on board with the things that are working well and trying to help push you to think about, the next steps really. And I think that's a great place to be at when the conversations are a lot more about potential and how to build on ideas that you all already have. Looks great.
Agreed. All right. Thank you so much again to our reviewers, Matt, Charles, and Cisco, and Judy and Absentia. I really appreciate it. I couldn't have asked for more. And I owe you. So, call me. Thanks.
Awesome.
And students, we will we'll follow up. I know that we have a weird change of plan for Friday maybe, but we'll follow up so that we can have the last hurrah somehow. All right. I'll be in touch. Thanks.
So you guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.